Zone 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan Reach-It, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. And we are here today, finally, with the finals about to get started. And joining along with me is Trooper, who apparently has a new hairdo.
Yeah, Fixes, thank you so much for that and for noticing that as well. I was just wanted to
What
put some
went
changes
wrong?
on that. Nothing went wrong. This is exactly how I intended it. Okay, so let's get back to things which are more important over here, right? Top 16 teams from the Pakistani region. They are going to contest for that $30,000 whooping prize pool that all these teams are going to fight for over here. The first place take away $10,000 here, and the second place go away with 5,000. That's a big chunk of money, almost half, exactly half going away for the first teams over there, and the remaining of the teams are going to go away with this distribution. So it's a big stage. All the 16 teams are here now. Just the wait for the next 4 days. 24 matches to go. Who is going to go away with that PMPL slot?
You know, these were the moments that we were all waiting for. Right now we've got to just quickly wrap up through all the segments that we have, because I'm really getting riled up for the match to get started. I can't really keep myself away anymore. Anyways, standard point system, first position gets 15, so one reduces, 30 to 16 get nothing. So that is that one area where you would never want to be in. And what really stands out is that one kill point. But we need to take a quick look at the teams that have made it so far inside the finals. You've got QWERTY, you've got Freestyle, Star, Envy. I'm gonna read every single name out because they all deserve it. Then moving along, we've got Sky, I8 Esports, Bottle Esports, and Unpredictabl. And Trooper, may you do the honors for the next 8?
Certainly. And these are also the next 8 teams that are going to contest over here. Quantum Rage coming out of the semifinals on the hashtag 1 position. North Esports making it inside the top 16 on the last day. Team Bablu, a big contender for that PMPL slot. And Max Esports is going to drop inside Pubg. Let's see what they're going to do. And then we have Death Squad, TMWeSports, XGeneration, Lost Esports, and on this page we have got all the 4 underdog teams that I'm going to look out for here. TMW, Lost Esports, they look so good inside the rhythm. But before talking further about the teams, we have got the schedule here in front of us for the day number 1. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. So just one Miramar game for the day. We've got 2 Sanhok, but regularly we are going to go back towards Erangel. So 6 matches, a perfect start for all these teams. Let's see where they're going to land after the first day. But we have got 6 matches to go through. Erangel, what are your thoughts about this schedule for the day?
Not just the schedule. I was looking at the entirety of all the matches that are supposed to be played over this course of 4 days. And you gotta say, you've got a lot of Erangels and Sanhok. And somewhere down the line, we're missing out on Miramar a lot. I mean, today we've got just this one Miramar. Tomorrow we've got 2, and then the remainder days we've got 1 each, right? So majority of the maps that we're going to witness is going to be Erangel and Sanhok. Yes. Now, Miramar being one of those maps that's really iconic to this particular region as to how good they are with this. I'm kind of sad, but at the same time, then you can have Sanhok to compensate, which is really fast. And so sometimes you kind of are, wondering as to who's going to win. I think they did this just to add that extra spicy masala that you need in those games. But you know, tell me about the teams, right? In semi-finals, of course, Team QWERTY was one of those teams that had been dominating. But what about teams like, let's say, I8 Esports? Because I8 apparently, well. Just a second, guys. Just a second.
I'm back.
Trooper
I'm back.
just magically vanished, and he's back. So,
Yeah,
Trooper,
yeah. I was
what I was
listening.
intending to tell is, tell me about the big guns, the underdogs, something about the semis, because I had different
Yeah.
work commitments, could not really make it over here, and then I was sick. So what happened rather in the
Basically,
semis?
it was an action-packed semi-finale. To be really honest, all the big guns sort of fired, but they fired in a really early stage, except for I8, right? So we saw Team Freestyle getting some good matches. We saw Team Bablu getting some good matches, but not only that, the underdogs as well, like TMWeSports, when they came back after the break for the last 3 days, it looked like a completely different side. And we had
Okay.
unpredictable also getting some good points for themselves. So these are the two teams that I'm going to keep an eye on. Apart from these two teams, Lost Esports and XGeneration are also two teams that have shown some potential over there. So we're going to keep an eye on how they're doing, because over the time, all these teams are sort of just improving. And North Esports, they were not in the part of the top 16 teams up till the last match, up till the last two matches over there. And
What?
then they made it through inside the top 16 on the last and final day. So it's a lot of good confidence that these teams, these underdog teams, are sort of carrying. And let's see how they're going to convert it inside the finale where it matters the most.
I mean, to be honest, right now, North Esports being one of those teams that I did cast in the group stages, they were absolutely dominating, especially towards those last final days, right? They
Yeah.
started getting chicken dinners, a lot of them. We'd got Zameen, but Quantum Rage, this is one of those teams that has been making the news lately. We've got Vaz, Adele, Oreo, and Weekend, who apparently have been playing pretty well. And amongst them, I think Vaz is really caught up with the pace of the game.
And you were really right, Fixes. When you pointed it, I just kept an eye on this team that all the four players always contribute in this side. Vaz is definitely just a little bit. I would say he has a better contribution than just a little bit of the other teammates. But look at Adil; he's leading with him in the damage mark. So all the players from this team, they have their roles, they given their contribution, and it's the old team that's sort of coming back into the right colors, and that is exactly what you want. And with the addition of Vaz in this team, they're absolutely moving in the right direction. So we'll see how Quantum Race does inside the final stage, because it's a big money that is at stake over here, right? If they finish on the same spot, just like they finished on the semi-finale stage, they're going away with the prize pool, the $10,000 and the PMPL slot, and that is exactly what they would be trying over here.
I think I mean, I 100% agree with you, because to now it's just not about the money anymore. It's about that slot for the PMPL that we
It
do
is.
have for ourselves. And I mean, considering the talents that we've seen, last time I checked, last time I was here, Starwood, I mean, rather, I8 was sort of struggling. So, do you
Yeah.
think today we're gonna see something new coming in from their side?
Well, they have already showed us something new which they haven't done for a long time, right? Since the point I remember these players, they were always moving towards the area of military base inside the Erangel map, right? But
Okay.
they've started dropping in the scattered islands, something which we have seen A1 Esports do from Bangladesh. That is the drop that I8 has started taking up over here inside the Erangel map. So that's a different strategy coming in from them, dropping onto the main island. DS official is also very close over there. So they've
Yeah.
just put the military bridge out of the equation for a little while over there, and I really like that fact about their game. But I really see them dominating, to be really honest, inside the national championship. If you are going to seed the teams out of the 16, they are the number one seeded teams for the PMPL slot out of this slot over here, and it's going to be a Herculean task for any team, for any team, even the big guns like QWERTY, Freestyle. It's going to be a Herculean task to stop I8 from that hashtag one position, because they always knew that they were going to make through to the finale stage, and now it's the task for the other teams. Can you stop them or not?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question that we all do have, right? But then again, Team QWERTY, again, being one of those mammoths that we've heard lores of, we've heard tales of. But then again, we have another team by the name of Freestyle. We'll definitely talk about them, but right now we are getting started with the first game of the evening of the Grand Finals, and Yes, a huge shout out to our network partners, Zong 4G, for making this happen. I mean, if you're struggling with the internet or ping issues, they've got specially curated PUBG mobile plans for you, so might as well check it out. But right now, what we do have is, the flight path trajectory going from Yasnaya towards the hospital area. So, kind of a very northernish flight path. How do you think about this one, Ruben? Again, gotta put you onto the spot. Where's the zone forming?
I think we have seen a lot of Western circles, so that is exactly what I'm anticipating in this first game as well. We might find a very Gatka Pochinki quarry circle towards the second side as well. So let's see how things are going to happen for that. But the important thing fixes that all these teams are going to play 12 Erangel. The lobby is not going to change at all. So it is going to be very important for a few teams to find their exact drop. Max Esports doesn't get challenged inside Pochinki. That is exactly where they are headed. Team Bablu is heading towards the northern city. So I'm just hoping that no early collision for these teams because it's going to be very interesting because as we know they got to play 11 more angles in the tournament, so we got to find out. Look at that kind of a cluster happening towards the area of Lipovka military power. That has also got to be we have got to keep an eye over there as well. But look at this, we've got the
Okay.
circle with the northern shores.
So, kind of an hybrid circle is what I'm really, witnessing over here. So, Uzim Crypto and Trinda, like you said, that hybrid drop is kind of visible right now. They've changed it, and now this is gonna help them, right? Just dropping right beside Rozok, they can completely go and take the center right on. But we're witnessing the boys from Bablu over here. Apparently, they've got a CL attached to their name. Sort of wondering as to what it possibly could be, but
It's a new
we've got the
sponsor, yes.
new sponsor.
Yeah, it's a
Right, I
new
mean,
sponsor with Team Bablu, yes.
it was evident, right? I mean, these lads were so amazing. They've been one of the oldest teams, and it was due time since they found someone who believed in them as much as we do.
Yeah.
And has finally sponsored them. So congratulations to Team Bablu. But now we've got quite a scuffle happening around Yasnaya. We've got Portal and TMW locking heads against each other.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? These teams, they have to figure out a way. Portal Esports, TMW, even other teams also, they were regularly part of this area. Team Legion, they are not a part of the finale, luckily. But still, we see contestation happening between these teams. So this is what they got to figure out, right? You got to find a spot for yourself so you don't fall into these traps of an early fight, because you got to loot up, make sure you take 4 people still, for all your 4 players still the final circle, and that is what they're sort of missing. But what do we have here? Museum. He's the first knock, and we already lost a player, but Museum falling down to Team Bablu. So already the big giants fighting over there, but we have got Kurama under some pressure. The lads from Portal Esports closing into him. We have seen this lad perform so well during the semi-finale stage for his team, and now he's under a lot of pressure. The entire squad of Portal Esports sort of charging into him and puts it down over there. Even Museum gets eliminated. Insane finishes. Kurama over here. His teammate Nocto does the proceedings of eliminating him, but this is not a good start for two big teams inside the area. Not just two big teams, one underdog team that is sort of making a huge stride inside. They made a huge stride during the semi-finale stage and have lost their IGL already, and back there, I8 have lost Museum.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be such a big bummer, right? Right off the bat, first game you come in and you've lost out on Uzim. You do need this lad. He's one of that essential pillars of your squad, and losing them early on again. I mean, I8 really need to figure themselves out over here. But well, you know, to be honest, what happened with Kurama, something that we did see, could have been avoided. He could have really rotated out earlier, but he was sort of, clumsy in that situation, right? He wanted to jump off the fence, but for some reason he just could not. And then he was like, chuck it, I am actually going to go for the fight. And going up against 4 players, and that to a squad like Portal, I mean, I would never recommend that.
No one will, no one will. But I think it's a big game for TMW. It's just the start of a big tournament for them. And whatever happens so far, you just got to keep the good confidence in coming. So they got to just move past this hurdle that they have faced over here. And now the remaining three players still inside Yasnaya Poliana, they've got even Death Squad lurking around behind their tails. So they just got to be really, really cautious. And no helmet here still for Big Boss. That is going, that is not something going in their favor. So they really got to be cautious over here. That is all what I got to say. And with the Northern Circle over here, they can spend a little bit of time inside Yasnaya Poliana as well. But they need to make sure that they do not lose any more players inside Yasnaya, and they got to pick all those three players out of Yasnaya alive. And can they do it or not is going to be the question for them for now.
I mean, that's definitely going to be one of those biggest questions, losing out on Uzum. You got to play around the center. That's for I8, but Yasnaya has always been crowded, right? We have seen in the last time as well. That was the same case over there. But today we've got the boys from QWERTY making their movements from the eastern shorelines of Lipovka. They're getting inside the circle. Now, this is one of those teams that loves to play through the edges. Takes a lot of fights. They've got Khan, Wolverine, Destroy, Voltrox all on a stellar form. So, what do you think? I mean, now again, Rupa, according to you, who do you think is going to take the first chicken? Now that you've seen the circle, you've seen the teams rotating, what are your thoughts?
I think I'll place a safer bet. Okay, so in the first group stage match of Erangel, Team NP got the chicken. The same story was there for the semi-finale stage as well. So I'll just keep it a easy bet for me. I'll just put my money on Team NB for now because they just sort of have this neck of getting a chicken dinner in the first game. Let's see if they're going to continue with that or not.
Yeah, I mean, that could be, but today I really want someone, unknown to just, get a chicken. Some team that has been struggling, or maybe an underdog to come in and show their true colors, because we've seen this happen. But there you have a team like Freestyle, who certainly mesmerizes you with their gameplay, with their way, with their attitude. The way they started. I think this is a saga that we've witnessed from their side. But enough talking, because we've got Team QWERTY coming in up close against the players of Death Squad, and if Wolverine isn't really careful, he's in for a treat. And the way they're parking their vehicles, they look to be completely oblivious about Hadi's presence.
Yeah, they have no idea about his presence over here, and this can be very dangerous for them. They don't want to lose a player early, and we know Team QWERTY, right? The way they try to control the eastern edge in this sort of a circle is absolutely. They just play edges towards the end as well, so they need the maximum number of players to be alive over here. And if Hadi can somehow take Wolverine down, which I think he's going to take his shots at now, that is going to be somehow Wolverine gets away with this, and he gets the knockover. Hadi with a scar and eliminates him instantly. Wow. This is Team QWERTY's domination. Wow, this should have been Wolverine getting eliminated over here. Hadi had hit himself so beautifully, but eventually Wolverine somehow is able to get those sound cues at the right time, stop his vehicle over there, and get the kill for his team.
No, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I think he was kind of trying to create a protective barrier around with his vehicle, just diagonally. And eventually, I think Hadi just stepped up to take shots, and little did he know that he was about to get pounced in from both the sides, and he's gone. He's no more with us.
I was under the impression that Wolverine had no idea over there, but clearly some sound cue had been given away by Hadi, so that a cover was made, and that is a brilliant way Wolverine used his car over there, and that's a really smart play coming in. But now we have the first circle closing, and the all-important second circle is going to be here. Let's see where it is going to go, and where is the ship going to take the teams. And we've got the Stalber Hills also into the equation. The slopes are also going to come into the play. The city of Yasnaya and Rozok also inside the circle, even Severny over there. So, what sort of a circle are you predicting fixes it's going to end towards?
I mean, could absolutely go anywhere. To be honest, I have no idea, because these kind of circles tend to shift very haphazardly. But now the first airdrop coming in, well, the AUG, not really a big fan of it, but I don't really hate it either. But we've got the boys from Team Unpredictable now. They've been making a lot of noise lately with their skills, with their gunplays. Have apparently spotted out Team Bablu, who are apparently about to meet the players of Freestyle, or maybe it's going to be Hunter, who's just opened up his ADS. He's about to take a few shots, but decides against it. Now just proned in, but I believe he's been spotted out, and he's just gonna wait till death arrives, and there you have it. Finally being knocked and finished off by Respect. So, well, Unpredictable also not having quite a good start.
Yeah, certainly they've lost a player so early. This is not what they were expecting, and this is a team that has sort of just got the right rhythm over the time. Remember in the group stages as well, I believe they got four chicken dinners over there in their all 24 matches, and over the time inside the semi-finale, they were inside the top three for a very long amount of time, and they ended up inside the top eight as well. So they're going to be confident over here, but losing a player this early before the real action is sort of beginning inside this first Erangel over here, it's not a good sign for Team Unpredictable. They lost their scout, but this still have got a compound to play with that is just inside the edge over there. So let's see how these three teams are going to move away, move ahead from this situation now after losing a player. But clearly, we have still got 16 teams and 60 players, and the second circle has also started to close in. So some altercation is definitely going to happen now because it's a very limited amount of area. And Team QWERTY, they still want to control the northeastern edge, and they're just finding themselves on these slopes that is from coming down towards the Salver Hills over there, and Destroyer getting some shots from Portal Esports, Momtu over here, so clearly the location for Portal Esports has been revealed, and let's see how Team QWERTY is going to deal with the situation now. Are they going to go in for this all-in fight, or are they going to just stay outside the compound, keep the back of their eyes on this compound and the lads inside over here? And this is what Team QWERTY has to decide at this point.
Yeah, they definitely have to, because now Team QWERTY do understand, right? One of those players of Team Bablu, in fact, rather Team I8, has been taken down. So they know they've got a winning chance because one of their biggest competitors have become weak. Now they've taken that high ground advantage for them, and they've got that hills control, right? So they're gonna do whatever it takes to hold off that altitude point that they do have in their favor. Now we've got the second airdrop coming in. It's going to be the MG3. So it's going to be interesting because it's right out in the open. It's sort of an invitation for all the other teams to try and go for it. But we've got, two players who apparently want it really bad, and that's going to be QWERTY and Portal and Nocto. Before he even gets close, he gets blown away. And inside, of course, traversing through his bike, all he can do is just make an escape.
Hey, he certainly can. And now the MG3 also is going to fall inside the hands of Voltrex over here. And he's a very, very dangerous player to operate with this gun. I'm absolutely going to love how he's going to use this gun, considering they have some height to play. And with the new shift of the circle, it's a centrist shift. So they're going to find themselves towards the northern edges as well. They have a little bit of a height to play with, a little bit of a slope to play with. But I don't think that slope is going to be inside the equation for a very long time. So they need to make sure how they need to make sure to have a clear strategy of how they're going to move ahead, because they know clear the position of Portal Esports, right? And they're already mounted in their vehicles, so they're looking for their next halt. Let's see where Team QWERTY is going to sort of, I guess they're still staying on the slopes over here. So it's a good move from Team QWERTY over here. But how is it going to land? It's going to be very tricky because we've got multiple teams rotating from that northern edge over there.
Yeah, we certainly do. And now it's going to be really, really dicey because, like you mentioned, they've been playing from the edges. They've loved to play the peripheries of the zone, right? But Portal Esports, they've wounded. They've lost out to Nocto. They would want to get that revenge. And by all means, it's going to be so much more interesting. Look at Tyrant. He's barely alive. He's barely breathing. Finally, just to get taken down by Zibian. So it's no more. It's no more the other players, right? It's 420 boy. Okay, so I believe it's Khan 420 from Team Bablu, who apparently has been making the headlines the way he's been playing. And now I think Team Bablu, they're really having a good jolly time. 2 kills already, and all their players are safe. They've got a good position inside the circle. I think everything is just going how they planned.
They're killing the competition, right? They got one lad from I8, then they got the other lad from Freestyle. And I believe Team Bablu is no less of a big gun inside the vicinity. And look at that. Now it's not Esports done. Even Maze goes down to the lads of Team Bablu over there. And Team Bablu, they've got some good points already under their belt. If they confirm this kill this knock of Maze as well. They're going to get 3 kills before the final circle even begins. So that's a really, really good opportunity. And considering the fact where they are stationed inside the circle, it looks like a very good spot as well. So they're looking confident inside Erangel. That's one good sign for them. Let's see how Team Bablu is sort of going to make an impact over here, because definitely this is a team that is also a contender for the first chicken dinner over here. We have seen how Zebian and 420 Boy, they have sort of just stolen the show away inside the final circles multiple times during the entire national championship over here. And I wouldn't be surprised if they repeat this in this first game over here.
I think, considering how North are positioned, I really do not like it. To be honest, they've just got that one tree cover. They haven't really gotten the compounds, and they are basically prone to shots from absolutely everywhere. But look at this zone shift, completely favoring the lads of Team QWERTY. Now they could not have asked for any better circle than this. Now, North, well, they sort of might just be in a collision course against the players of freestyle, but they decided against it. And
Freestyle are moving a lot. Freestyle
yeah,
are actually moving a lot. It's looking sort of a difficult move for them now, but let's see how they're going to execute it. But for now, I8 have also picked up one player inside the rotation and punished him over there. So they're also sort of starting to look, they've started to express themselves, but Freestyle have also found a fight for themselves. Let's see how this fight goes for them. Malik goes down, Star Fury makes an impression, even Respect goes down. Is Team QWERTY makes an impression over them, and Freestyle getting eliminated over here. They were just moving so much with the shape of the circle over there. It clearly wasn't looking good. They weren't looking comfortable. Eventually, they get eliminated out of the first game over here.
they do, and that's definitely gonna hurt them a lot. Now, taking a look at Clutch Wave, we've got him, taking a few shots onto its ecstasy. Now, team lost. They've of course lost out on Marset. There's no chance on earth that they can get that revive onto its him, but Rahi, maybe any single moment he might find the second one as well, can get a knock onto its Clutch Wave. And this was ought to happen, right? This is one of those uncommon circles that we are witnessing. We do not get to see it very often, but when we do, boy, does it get interesting. And this one little smoke, I think it's all right. It's a grenade. I think it was too far-fetched, but there you have my boy Crypto. He's already getting on the board, and he's getting a lot of kills for him. But Quantum Rage, they're not shying away from a fight as well. So many fights happening here and there, and this time I8, they've decided to go against Team NFP Sky. Now they've got 2 kills. Now they're even hungry for more. If they can find one more, they're gonna go in for the push, which I think they might just do right now.
Yeah, that was Crypto's nade over there. Just got 2 to 3 players over there with the nade itself, and it's looking so amazing for Team I8 already. These guys, they have been eliminated, and look at that. Johnny's just got 1 kill. Crypto has got multiple already, and they're looking to express themselves. Wolverine also gets an SLR shot on one of the lads from Team Sky. So they're also not very far away from where Team I8 is right now. But if you look at the landscape behind Team I8 Shack, we can spot the teams of Team Unpredictable over there and Team Max, who are looking to just somehow occupy the northern edge of the circle right now. And Team Unpredictable, they're not looking very good out here. But towards the lake, we have Quantum Rage sort of trying to pin down the lads of TMW over here. But even Lost Esports get eliminated early.
Yeah, that they do, and even Dead Squad are meeting their makers over here, but Quantum Rage just, surviving from the edges. And if they kind of slip, that's going to be really devastating. But Marlega apparently has been spotted out, and Adele will make no mistakes in getting that final wipe. And with that being said, TMWeSports, they're out of the game, and it's Quantum Rage who are doing the job. But there you have Team QWERTY from the sidelines. They're getting so much done. Look at the spread. Look at how Destroyer has positioned himself. He does not care. But now it's quite different to how Team QWERTY and I8 really approach the game, right? QWERTY playing from the centers, I8 from the edges, and there you have Team Bablu, who's apparently all guns blazing right now with 4 kills.
In my book, that is not the way to play center, to be really honest, Team QWERTY, but they're pulling it off, right? All the 4 players alive. They've got 6 kills already under their belt. They're looking good. That's sort of a split. If any one of them goes down, how is the revive going to be there? But still, they are getting kills. They're shooting at teams around them. Towards the eastern edge, we have got North Esports trying to survive in the smoke cloud over there. On one side, they got to deal with Team Bablu, and on the other side, they've got one more team that is sort of trying to pin them down, and shots coming in, flying in from everywhere. Destroyer, yet they're taking more kills, and This is absolutely carnage coming in over here from Team QWERTY. They are just controlling, dominating this final circle right from the word go over here. No players knocked for Team. And look at that, another knock coming in with that DB. What is that lad doing with that gun over there? He is looking so confident over there. Crypto on the verge
Oh.
of elimination. He goes down as well. Just two lads remaining from I8 now. And one of them is knocked. Trinda, the only survivor for I8. And Team QWERTY making things difficult for so many people out there. Look at that. They've got the lads of Team NP down as well.
This is going to be so devastating for R8. The way the players just fell off. I mean, that's where you start wondering as to why would you mount a burning vehicle, right? You know, shots are going to come on towards you. We've got North Esports. They've been eliminated from this game, but Destroyer still completely unfazed. He's just going after players one after the other. Now, Ryan has fallen off from the zone. Now, Destroyer is just going to spray down the remainder, and I believe he's just wiped out the whole squad. Alright, the zone got all the kills.
Wow. He just hurt them so much.
Unfortunate.
But I'm surprised to see that Wolverine just has one kill under his belt so far. We've seen so many knocks coming in from them. But on the other side, Team XGeneration also gets eliminated. It was one of the teams looking around towards the western edge, and they are now out of the equation. The chicken dinner forecast is here, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got Team QWERTY leading it. Team Star also not very far behind. It's going to be a very good start for Team Star if somehow they can get a chicken dinner over here. Team NB sort of just lurking around over the northern edges over there. They're caught on the slope, and Team Star with these compounds with the cover that they are playing with right now, they're sort of looking good. But I don't think that the next shift of the circle is going to keep this compound into the equation as well.
It's going to be so difficult, to be honest. Now, Team QWERTY, they've decided to even capitalize their footing on the center-oriented play that they're having. So I think the only one big competitor we do have is Team Bablu. But right now for Team QWERTY, but anything can possibly happen. You know, they've lost out on Danny, but they've got 7 kills. So I think Team Bablu, they're looking really sharp, but from here onwards, they've got to be very careful, because any single moment while they make their way inside the zone, they might just get taken down. And Weekend has fallen courtesy to Mom2 from the backlines, does take him down. Now Weekend, for him to get a res back up, his teammates need to make sure that they commit for that. And Weekend finally getting finished off by Joker just to end his misery. Now Portal Esports, again, one of those teams that has been really stepping up.
Certainly, and once again, the shift of the zone right on top of QWERTY over there inside the center, and they've been holding the center in a split for so long, but now they are sort of sticking together to that shack over there. They've got limited angles to play with, and with 6 teams coming in from the peripheries from different angles, I want to see Team QWERTY how they are going to handle the situation, because this clearly does not look to go in their favor, but they are somehow with the gun power trying to just keep and shut down teams on all directions, and let's see for how long they would be able to do that.
Even I gotta see as to what's gonna happen. And there you have it, Vast getting taken down over here. Now Team Quantum Rage, they've got 5 kills, but they need to get their numbers back alive, but it's going to be so difficult considering the zone is starting to shrink in, as Trinda somehow will get some revenge kills. Will take down Zipian, but his position has been compromised. Now Team Bablu knows exactly where he is, and even Quantum Rage is aware of the same. Now Bablu did try to direct their attention towards Trinda, but they ended up getting being clobbered down by the players of Quantum Rage. But Trinda, he's also spotted out, and a lot of third parties indeed are happening. Everyone just going for the whoever gets spotted off, and there you have it. 420 boy also, just taken out of the equation over here. We've got Team Wolf right in front of us. What is he up to? Can he do something over here?
No, it doesn't look like. But look at Quantum Rage getting multiple kills over there. Even Trinda gets spotted and gets eliminated by Adil over there. He's already got 3 kills under the belt. His team has already got 7, and then Team Wolf gets picked off over here. So Quantum Rage, Team Star, Portal Esports, and Team NV inside the final circle with Team QWERTY. Let's see who's going to take the all-important 15 points, because this is a race for 24 matches, and the first is just about to finish over here. Who's going to lead it right from the word go after the first match? That is going to be something very, very important. Is it going to be Team QWERTY once again? And I don't understand how are they holding the center over there with just one shack, a few vehicles, no utilities being directed towards them. How are they surviving? surviving. It's just an amazing skill to possess from this team, that they are surviving right in the center over there. Team QWERTY sort of also holding a very good angle over them, but they know the art of survival, and clearly surviving. It's a beautiful thing to see.
I think their split from early on, their rotation, everything has been perfect, right? Even talking about Quantum Rage, I think they've also upped their ante. But now we've got Hassan. All right, he's got the first knock onto its Absor. I think he's gonna just get finished off. We've got Sex Pistol and one more member from his team. But now Team Star, they've got to fight the riches over here. They've got to go high ground. We've got Ahmed also alive, but this one little grenade does some hefty damage as Team Star. They just kind of reduce to that one little area that they have, and few good grenades might just do even more damages, and that is exactly what's happening. Now, if NB, if they had a few more, grenades for them, I think they could have really walked off with a easy squad wipe, but that's not going to be the case. The 7th circle now starting to close in. Now MK does realize as a fact that Sex Pistol and Ahmed also need to get inside the zone.
I think Team NB has sort of exhausted all the utilities at this point. They've thrown so many utilities inside that smoke cloud over there, but teams are sort of surviving, but falling down to the M4 over there, McKay, and now there are more. Eventually, Team NB gets spotted over there, and Team Star, they gotta regroup because three of the lads are down right now. Hassan, the soul up there, just trying to survive. Team PMNC quite close to them. On the other side, Team Quantum Rays gets eliminated, and somehow, still Team QWERTY is surviving over there. And they've been playing this passive game towards the late mid game now, and now they're sort of looking to aggress once again. Already 11 kills under the belt. They've dominated so much inside the first 15 minutes, and now they're continuing the good work with 3 players inside the final circle. This is looking a Team QWERTY chicken dinner to me. Let's see if PMNC Esports can stop them or not.
That's going to be really difficult, but you've of course got Hassan also in contention. But look at Team QWERTY, 12 kills already to start off their first game. I mean, what else would you expect from the champions themselves? And right now, considering they just have 3 players, this interesting trio fight against Bottle Esports will be very interesting. Now, considering Star has been taken out of the equation, now 13 kills is what they are sitting on, and this is absolutely absurd. This is ludicrous considering how explosive they've been against their opponents, and now they're just waiting in a 2-1 split against a 1-1-1 from Portal Esports. But Portal do have that slight little high ground advantage, but it's just going to come down to nothing if one of their player gets knocked out, and indeed that does happen as Mom2 goes falling.
Wow, Mom2 just going down at the wrong time over there for his team. Look at Khan, he's just pressing over there. He's planted 2 smokes and now he's trying to get close. Insane goes down as well. This is not looking good for both Esports. It was a fair 3v3 situation which has gone down to a 1v3 for Joker. Even he's getting picked on over there. He's just suffering some shots, and he's spotted Khan now. Let's see if he's going to take one down. He certainly takes one down. The second player right in front of him. Wolverine on a very low HP, make sure to eliminate Joker over there, and the first chicken dinner for the PUBG Mobile National Championship Grand Finale over here on the day number 1. Inside the map of Erangel goes to Team QWERTY. They've got a 16-kill chicken dinner, starting the proceedings right from the word go over there, and hashtag 1 for this. That's going to be a breaking news that they're going to carry today.
I mean, this is insane, right? 16 kills, 31 points just from the first game. And this is what they needed. They were sort of sitting things out. Yeah, they were the toppers every single time. But what really set them apart in this game was the prediction, right? Was how they really handled the zone in terms of they dropped off at Lipovka. They, rotated towards the northern areas, and initially they were kind of on towards that eastern side only. With the shifts, they really went in, and the circle also did favor them quite a lot. The center just kind of sticking up to them, and it really helped their cause. But Wolverine 8 kills for himself.
Wow, wow, wow. Wolverine and Wolfsburg, both of them. Even Destroyer over there. What a game for these lads over here. But the most valuable player out of the lot is Wolverine over there. And just to add on to that point over there, Pixels, I think they were so aggressive during the first half of the mid game over there. And remember that patch for 4.5, 5 minutes when they were just trying to stick inside the shack over there. They did not move. They did not make a lot of mistakes. They just survived. They played the waiting game over there. And then in the final circles, this sort of appeared. They sort of reincarnated once again and just dominated the rest of the players. And what a way to play! They know when to be patient, they know when to aggress, and that is a very good thing to possess.
I think yes. They were initially sort of playing on a 2-2 split up until the point where the circle kind of came down to them, and then they were like really confident that yes, we can pull this off. But taking a look at the match summary again has to be a QWERTY show considering how good they are. And 8 kills for Wolfrey. Of course, you've got 4 trucks using the maximum number of utilities, and since you've got 8 kills, you've got to back up with some big massive damage, and there you have it, 1200 plus damage to this lad. And this is it, Team QWERTY starting off really big, 31 points. Portal Esports, they were not really far behind, but 19 points is where they're gonna stay happy with.
Good thing that 7 teams have got a good start over here. Even Team I8 getting 8 points. I'm going to put this as a good start in my books. Max Esports only getting 3. So imagine the rest 8 teams over here. They're not looking in a very good position, to be really honest. But 31 for Team QWERTY. You got to stop them if you want to be the champion of your region. And the storyline is clear over there. Quantum Rage also getting a decent start. It's a very good start for them with 15 points. Even Star getting 15 points. This was a team that was sort of struggling throughout the entire group stages and the semi-finale. We've heard a lot about them. We know what they're capable of. But 15 points for them inside the first game is exactly the kind of start they were looking for. Even Team Bablu, look at that. 7 kills, 11 points. Wow, wow, wow. Team Bablu is looking good. But the problem here is on this space. Team Sky, Dead Squad, oh, no points for them. And the remaining teams as well just getting 1 or 2 points over here. So all these 8 teams, they need to really buck up for the day. Could not allow the others to go very far ahead. Just like what happened in the group stages. Remember, Fixers, Team QWERTY and K8 sort of all the points, and they were so far up over the leaderboard that they were not a big difference between the other teams over there. I don't want that to happen over here. I want that first spot to be under threat, under contestation, and that let us see if that's going to happen during the course of the day or not.
I mean, this one game of Erangel, the zone was pretty uncommon, right? First. Second, a lot of the teams did not really anticipate such a northern shift. And third being, of course, a lot of teams got taken down from their vehicles. A lot of teams got picked up really early on. And majority of the fights did happen, when they were kind of rotating around. And as we take a look at the Oppo F19 moments, I mean, it's the same story again. I mean, a lot of teams need to understand how important positioning is. But this one little play from Crypto and from I8, I mean, I do not know, but what were they even thinking? The vehicle was not in a really good shape. They were just kind of zigzagging through and eventually just got picked off.
Completely different sort of a game style coming in from Team I8. For a moment there during the mid game, it looked like that they were looking good, but eventually they got picked off and they had to move towards the 5th circle over there. We saw Crypto getting blown up over there. We saw so many teams getting blown up, right? Remember in the start also, Team QWERTY blew there from Portal Esports, I believe, who was just rotating over there. But what was Freestyle doing? How the way they were moving, they were looking so uncomfortable in their rotations. I think they got to just put the nervous energy down a little bit and just sort of concentrate, relax a little, and then come back in the game number 2, because they're looking to do things at such a fast pace, and it is not going to be a very good thing for you if you are going to be the first team to rotate, because a lot of teams are sort of just waiting for that action to begin, and that initial rotation, a lot of you catch a lot of attention and everyone sort of starts shooting at you, and that is exactly what happened to Freestyle. So they got to be a little more mature at just putting the timing into their rotation, and that is just a lesson for them after this game number 1.
Yeah, I think all these teams that we've got playing, right, they need to wake up. And you do not have a lot of matches. It's just 24 deciding your fate. Yes, you can still do it. I mean, it's just the first game, but you need to figure out a way to shut them down. Because if once these players start popping off, they get kind of impossible to sort of stop them on their tracks, because that is how good they basically are, right? So we've got to see, it's still the first game. Now, the
Yeah.
next game we're sort of heading into Sanhok, I believe, and that is where we can anticipate a completely different winner. Because Sanhok, it's sort of a map which kind of tends to be really catching us off guard. But as we take a look at the damage graph, and pretty much resonates with how this game has been. Of course, Team QWERTY making some ludicrous amount of damage, almost 3,000.
Big numbers over there, big numbers for Team QWERTY. They dominated the mid game completely. Destroyer alone, he was picking up so many knocks over there, adding to that
Yeah.
damage that they were getting. 16 kill chicken dinner is a big thing to get after in the opening game at a national championship, right? It's a $30,000 tournament at stake now, and if you're getting a 16 kill chicken dinner in the first game, you're sending out that clear message that it's not going to be an easy thing to deal with.
Yeah, we're here to win. I think that they've clearly established that, and that is how explosive they can be. We've seen those new strats coming in from them, but I would really want to see what else they have to offer, right? No, they've played that central area, they've succeeded, right? And apart from that, it was a pretty standard match. Nothing really out of the blue, nothing really eye-boggling. It was just teams trying to rotate and getting picked off, and it was again Team QWERTY just being really patient and waiting till the final zone, and eventually got a lot of kills. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading for a quick little break, because coming right after is game number 2.
Oh, you're keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. You got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
हेलो एवरीवन, दिस इज दलादीन और वेलकम करते हैं नो योर चैंपियन में आप सबको। और आज हमारे पास जो प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे टीम QWERTY से, उनसे हम सवाल पूछेंगे और जानेंगे कि वो किस तरह से प्लान करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं हमें इस PMNC के फाइनल्स के लिए। सो खान हमारे पास मौजूद है, पहले तो वेलकम करते हैं खान को। वेलकम टू द शो खान।
हेलो अलादीन, हाउ आर यू?
पहला सवाल आपसे ये रहेगा कि कुछ रीसेंट टूर्नामेंट्स में आपने स्ट्रगल किया, लेकिन PMNC में आपकी डोमिनेशन जो है उसकी तारीफ की कुछ सारी टीम्स गाती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। सो ये चेंज किस तरह से आपकी टीम में आया?
देखिए, जैसे जैसे हम स्ट्रगल करते हैं फिर उस लिहाज से अपने मिस्टेक्स पर वर्किंग करते हैं। हमारी जो रिकॉर्डिंग्स होती हैं, रिप्लेस होते हैं, उनको हम देखते हैं और उस लिहाज से वी लर्न फ्रॉम इट।
बिल्कुल, अपनी मिस्टेक से जो है इंसान सीखता हुआ नजर आता है अगर आप जो है उसे पॉजिटिव साइड पे लेके जाए। खैर, अगला सवाल आपसे रहेगा कि वोल्ट्रक्स जो है वो टॉप फ्रैगर रहे हैं सेमीफाइनल्स में। सो व्हाट आर वी एक्सपेक्टिंग कि फाइनल्स में भी यही प्लेयर जो है वो हमें टॉप फ्रैगिंग करता हुआ नजर आएगा या नहीं?
आई मीन हाँ, वोल्ट्रक्स जैसे प्लेयर है उसको सिर्फ मोमेंटम की ज़रूरत होती है। एक दफ़ा मोमेंटम मिल जाए तो फिर होपफुली ही इज़ गोना कंटिन्यू दैट सेम मोमेंटम फाइनल्स में भी, और इंशाल्लाह वो टॉप फ्रैगर में ज़रूर नज़र आएगा।
होपफुली हमें टॉप फ्रैगर में वो नजर आएंगे। अगला सवाल आपसे ये रहेगा कि आप टीम का कॉन्फिडेंस किस तरह से बूस्ट अप करते हैं जब कभी टीम को ज़रूरत होती है कॉन्फिडेंस की या फिर परफॉर्मेंस नहीं हो रही होती, तो क्या वर्ड्स होते हैं आपकी टीम को?
आई मीन मोस्टली मैं प्रीवियस टूर्नामेंट्स की एग्जांपल्स देता हूँ जहाँ पे होता था कि ये हम काफ़ी मैचेस जो है ना शुरू से ही खेलते आ रहे थे और फिर उनको जीतते आ रहे हैं, तो उनकी एग्जांपल देता हूँ तो दैट मोटिवेट्स देम। उनको होता है कि हाँ भाई हम हैं इस लेवल पे खेलने के लायक, और अगर कोई बुरी गेम चली भी जाए तो वो फिर उनका माइंडसेट वापस रीसेट हो जाता है। अगर उनको प्रीवियस टूर्नामेंट की एग्जांपल दी जाए तो उनमें कॉन्फिडेंस वापस आ जाता है।
अगले सवाल की तरफ बढ़ते हैं कि आपका अभी तक का जर्नी जो है वो कैसा रहा है पीएमएनसी का। हमें तो बहुत मज़ा आया है, मुझे कास्ट करते हुए बहुत मज़ा आया है इस पूरे इवेंट को। सो आपका जो है वो ये सफ़र किस तरह से रहा है?
ये बहुत काफ़ी हमने एंजॉय किया, क्योंकि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल क्योंकि बहुत लंबा सफ़र था। हमने इसको बिल्कुल ओपन क्वालिफायर से लेके खेला है, फिर उसके बाद सेकेंडरी क्वालिफायर, उसके बाद ग्रुप स्टेजेस, फिर सेमीफाइनल और नाउ फाइनल्स। तो जितनी लंबी जर्नी होती है उतना हमें ज़्यादा मज़ा आता है। हमने तो बहुत एंजॉय किया।
चलें आखिरी सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं कि कोई टीम है जो आपको लग रहा है कि वो आपको बीट कर सकती है या फिर पीएमपीएल जाने से जो है वो आपको रोक सकती है इस पीएमएनसी के मतलब कंपटीशन में? कोई ऐसी टीम जिसको आपको लग रहा हो कि यार ये टीम बहुत टफ टाइम देने वाली है?
आई मीन हमारी नज़र में एक टीम है जो कंसिस्टेंट रहती है, वो I8 है। उनके प्लेयर्स मुझे पर्सनली भी इट्स माय पर्सनल फेवरेट आफ्टर माय ओन टीम। और उसके अलावा बबलू भी आजकल काफ़ी अच्छा खेल रही है, तो आई हैव माय आइज ऑन बोथ ऑफ देम।
मतलब आप उनको स्टडी कर रहे होंगे उनकी स्ट्रैटेजीज को कि यार ये किस तरह से खेल रहे हैं। चले
जी जी, ऑफ कोर्स।
आई होप आपकी परफॉर्मेंस जो है वो आपके फैंस के मुताबिक जो है वो निकलती हुई नजर आए। दोस्तों ये थे हमारे पास टीम क्वेर्टी के खान, जिनसे हमने कुछ गपशप की, कुछ सवाल पूछे उनकी टीम के बारे में। खान बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपके यहाँ पर आने का, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मजीद सवालों के साथ, मजीद प्लेयर्स के साथ आपकी खिदमत में हम आते रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग पीएमएनसी को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Pubg Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Woke Up Your Fun. Now we've entered our grand finals, right? We've seen that first game, of course, in Erangel. It was Team QWERTY getting that really big chicken. 16 kills is what they took, but now, Super, we're gonna head inside of Sanhok to find for ourselves who's going to win this one. But before that, all our viewers watching the stream right now, please do not forget to check into the channel of PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia. It's a new channel, and if you are going to subscribe, you're going to get some rewards. So I'm pretty sure no one would want to miss out on that. So yeah, just head in there, hit that subscribe button. It's absolutely free. You do not really have to spend a penny for that, but in return, you're gonna get some cool rewards.
Certainly, and you gotta subscribe to that channel for more action coming in from PUBG Mobile as well. But coming back to the game, yeah, fixes. We have seen a lot of nervous gameplays from the lads over here inside the first match. Right, they really need to just trim down a bit of the nervous energy over there. I'm talking about Team Freestyle, even for the likes of Team Lost over there, Death Squad also, even TMW. They lost Kurama so early inside the last game. They just really need to sort of regroup themselves and sort of get inside the games with a little bit of a calmness. Team QWERTY already with that first 16 kill chicken dinner, they've dropped inside the boot camp area. But what do we have here? Early contestation once again, unpredictable. TMW inside the scene, running about without anything on him. He's just got a level 1 vest, and that's a very pretty sight to see. He's just trying to get away, but I think the lad from TMW does not have an idea. He's absolutely holding nothing, no weapons in his hand. Rex is in a very difficult situation, and Kurama eventually gets him down with that devious.
Not really a fortunate start, but I think for Kurama, this is sort of a breather, considering how he just died off in Yasnaya the last game, right? So dropping down, he's been at the thick and thin of actions every single time. And this time, on the other side, on the good side rather, getting that first knock and a finish. So TMW off to a good start. They've gotten one kill, and Remover, he's not going to come back in and engage. He knows that, you've got 3 players, in fact, present. So he's not going to try and engage against them all by his lonesome. What would be really ideal? He just heads off to a safe location, get some loot, and maybe then can I decide to get back in, take a fight. But either ways, they've got not lots of time to loot because in just a minute the circle will start closing in.
It will, and just considering the fact that this is Sanhok, they have to spend a little bit of a time only, and but you got to buy that out. But coming back to the game once again, fixes the circle here, circle completely. So big rotations would be coming in from the eastern side for the likes of I8, Freestyle, TMW, Unpredictable. All these teams would be rotating, but the important question: when is Team QWERTY decided to leave boot camp? That is what we are going to keep an eye on as well. The Western shows completely into the equation over here. It's going to be a really, really aggressive stance towards the quarry region, even towards Finan, and these teams would be clustering in their rotations. Let's see what's going to happen over there.
Yeah, indeed. Gotta see and wait and watch as to what these teams are up to. But there's sort of a Western circle. I mean, again, it's a Western hybrid circle because, for a matter of fact, we're not sure as to where the zone is gonna form.
Yep.
Now, this is where I gotta seek your expert advice. What, according to you, or rather, where, according to you, do you think the circle is gonna zone in? Because I think it might just be somewhere around that ruins area, or maybe just yeah. I think it's basically gonna be a rune circle. But do you think that's gonna be exactly what happens, or are you anticipating completely something different to
I feel
happen?
like it's going to be a ruined circle as well, but in these kind of a circles, sort of sometimes also get back towards the city of Painan as well. Some hardships we have seen in the past that these sort of a circles sort of get back towards that Camp Bravo Island also. So we got to keep an eye on that. So just committing towards the Camp Charlie Island at this point for all those teams who are already on Camp Bravo is not going to be a very important thing, and that is why I was anticipating a big cluster near Painan. We have got some higher grounds over there. We can see the likes of Team I8 sort of trying to control those areas. Even Team QWERTY might just find themselves interested to move to a little bit towards the southern side, because we have seen whenever you try to rotate from boot camp towards the river, it's not a very good decision, to be really honest. So that is why I'm anticipating some big action coming in from Painan area, and the second circle, the second shift of the circle is going to be really, really crucial.
Yeah, I think it is the second circle, like you said, because we've got so much area inside the waters over here. So it's going to be really tricky. But now the players of North, they're trying to make a move. We've got Team QWERTY. I think dropping off at boot camp, they've made such a quick rotation over here. And I think they might just lock horns against Team Loss. It's going to be really interesting. On the front of Ray, we do witness the players of North Esports, Daku, making some movement, but look at what they're just marching in. I think they would want to take a fight, but if they're sort of oblivious about Lost Esports presence, then they basically are done. But the way they're moving, they definitely look really confident. They're just heading in from a compound to another compound, trying to gush in, and I believe this is a moment when they do start, spotting out players, and well, they have a slight idea as to where Marset can be, and they're finally deciding to go in.
I think Marcel moved a little bit. He just gave those footsteps at a very wrong time, and Voltrux now knowing exactly where he is, and Marcel goes down, and that was a very little amount of sound cue that was given away, and Voltrux, you beauty out there, just picking it off at the right time, and Unknown just lurking outside the doors at this point. This is going to be a very difficult situation for Unknown to handle, and he gives away his position. He's looking aggressive now, but he goes down to that vector as well from Destroyer. Khan finishes off proceedings for him, so Lost Esports losing players in number. Even Believe is down here in the backdrop over there, so not a very good start for Team Lost Esports in this Sanhok game. They are just going down one after the other.
Oh, deadly, QWERTY. I mean, there you have it. I mean, their counterparts, I8. Oh my goodness. I think they do have spotted Kurama out, and Kurama will be in for a treat. I mean, the last thing he would want to happen in Sanhok is, I8 or QWERTY pushing on towards them. He's trying to delay them just a little bit, but Clutch Wave, his position has been rather compromised. Destroyer getting, in fact, taking shots from the backlines. However, they'll sort of manage to eliminate Lost Esports, but Destroyer apparently knocking himself out from his own grenade. But there you have it, Trinda trying to make a move, and well, it's going to be Uzip who's got that knock on towards Kurama. But boy, oh boy, losing out on Crypto and Uzim right now from the very start. This is not a kind of a start that they would have anticipated for themselves.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. But they're fighting outside the zone. That is some one concern. And yes, the knock has now been revived over there. Uzium gets the revive. He could not do a lot inside the last game as well. So even he's going to be under that individual pressure as far as concerned. But look at the fact where they are fighting. Look at that fixes. But the second circle, the important one, clearly the ruins area, the Painan city coming into this play area now. And clearly we've got some action coming in where Team Portal Esports is holding up right now, and that ruins compound. Who's going to hold that is going to be the next thing to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean 100%. I think for the time being, I really like Portal Esports' positioning. The same can be said for North, but North needs to watch their six because QWERTY, the way they've been exploding today, I would not really be surprised if even the likes of North gets wiped out over here. But Rinda apparently will end the run for TMW yet again and will send them home at the 15th spot. But looking at North Esports, they've got an open area for themselves. Just playing on the lower grounds in comparison to that Western Hill that we have, I think they're gonna engage a little bit later. But for now, I think they're just gonna play the watching game.
They certainly are. They certainly are. But look at these rotations coming in. The river is a very tricky thing to handle in this side of in this kind of a circle. And with two teams still fighting so far towards the eastern edge, we got to see what's going to happen. And the AUG comes back into the game. We saw an AUG inside the last game as well that was being used inside the final circles. And once again, we've got an AUG over here. So let's see if we're going to see the AUG once again inside the final circle in Sanhok or not. But still, we've got 14 teams, 54 players in this Sanhok game. We are just about to finish the 10-minute mark over here, and let's see how the teams are going to. It's a very nice cinematic work being done there by those overs.
Yeah, cinematic till the very end, right? And
Yeah.
then after just literally they were just about to take a dip inside the water, and sort of makes me think if the cameras are waterproof, but well, technology and boomers like us would know nothing about it. But as we move on along with the game, we've got the blast from NFP Sky. They've taken that high ground area, and right beneath them, we've got Team Envy. So if Envy is sort of complacent about their presence, they might just be in for a beating. A heavy one at that, because now if NFP Sky engage, then it's going to be Team Envy who are on the lower ground. So one of their players does have their eyes set on as to where NFP Sky are. So this is where we're gonna see this fight completely just break out in front of us. I believe KSF has been spotted.
Yes, and this is Team Sky holding up to this compound right now, and they got to they got a team lurking around pretty close, so they got to be very decisive, right? Whether you want to move towards that river area right now, or you want to wait for a little while longer, and that is going to be very important for Team Sky. Considering the fact they got a decent first game, we're going to keep an eye on them on how they're going to take proceedings from here. And the team lurking around pretty close to them is no ordinary team, right? That is Team QWERTY over there, so. Oh no, it's Team Envy over there lurking around very close to them. I saw the red color over there. I just got confused for a little while. But Team Envy holding those areas over there, and now Team Sky, they have the risk to just get caught off guard there on the slopes over there. They got to be really, really cautious. And as the next circle is coming in, we've still got 3 to 4 teams over that Camp Alpha Island. Look at where I8 is rotating from the western eastern edges over there. They're taking that bridge and sort of making their move just from the south of Painan as well. So clearly this ruins area, and no one is still holding the compound of ruins, and that's a very interesting thing.
All right. I mean, there has to be some reason as to why they would want to do that. But look at Bottle Esports. Now, this is exactly where they would want to be, and now that's a dream location, right? And we've been sort of having that lull for quite some while, and now Team Envy, they're just gonna swim their way in. The third airdrop coming in, something that I absolutely love in the door. It's my favorite, MK14. I mean, is it my favorite still now? That's a question because I'm having a slight inclination towards MG3 these days. What about you, Trooper?
So, and the MG3 is a superior weapon. I clearly say that because the kind of magazine size and the way the players have started to showcase the way they can control that magazine size, it's going to be a devastating gun in the coming time over there. And MK has its advantage in the close range, but the kind of security that comes in from the LNG over there is absolutely amazing. So for me as well, MG3 is definitely a better weapon. But look at Team Envy; they just made their appearance on the shores on the north of the Scam Charlie Island, and they've been sort of welcomed here by multiple teams. On one side, they've got Northeast Sports inside the Capcom, and even Quarterly Sports also making their appearance over there. Even Team Sky is also making their move. They're also here on the north edge of the Scam Charlie Island. Let's see how this cluster is going to break because Northeast Sports is now in a tricky situation. On one side, they've got Team Envy, and the other, they have got a Team Sky. Who are they going to pick off is going to be the thing to watch out for.
Indeed, I mean, taking a look at Team Envy, look at how they're sort of positioned, right? Apso is going to take the backlines, be the anchor for the team as KSF. He might just, go head on. It's going to be so risky for Team NFP Sky to engage from that particular location because they do not have any covers, right? So it's going to be really tricky. But for now, we've got North still watching those compounds as Team Envy, just decide to get really up close and personal.
I think Northeast Sports have missed out the trick over here, and it comes down to the fact that they've lost a few players who are not sort of present inside the vicinity. So that is the only reason why I feel Zameen and Mate sort of playing the passive game over here. Otherwise, two teams out on the shores over there, they could have just sort of pinned them down on that shore, and they have the information clearly, right? But they just love their sweet cover so much inside that they're just not they've not decided to move out, and that gives the space for a team like Team Sky to play. The knock has certainly been forced upon them, but they've got a lot of angle to play with. Now Zameen, he's got a revive to deal with. He's got multiple enemies inside the vicinity to deal with. Let's see what they're going to do. But on the other side, we've got multiple fights erupting. I8 goes against Team Star over here. Hassan gets picked off by UZM. They've already got 6 kills under their belt. We saw them giving a good amount of damage to the lads of TMW, and even Team QWERTY is also finding themselves inside a fight. So we got to see what is going to happen to that. But now, Northeast Sports, they are being cornered, and Ash definitely goes down. That's a very good knock coming in, but that has come in due to the courtesy of Team Envy that is looking around towards the eastern edge of the compound, and Zameen sort of still holding on angles over there. Maze is knocked down once again. He's going to get picked off, but Northeast Sports, they were here earlier, but they are into two-way fight against two different teams. It's not looking a very good side for them. They're just on the verge of elimination any moment. The last guy, Zameen, holding on to his position over here. Let's see what they're going to do. And meanwhile, look at that hard shift of the circle towards the southern side. That's going to be very difficult for all these teams. These 400 meters that they got to travel is full of hurdles for them.
It indeed is. Now look at Samin. He's just prone in. NFP Sky. No, they've checked 2 of the compounds. He might just be in the third. Just lobbing all those grenades onto it. I mean, his soul must be shivering over here as Samin did well try to put up a fight, but no difficulties for Ash in taking him down. And North Esports, they've been wiped out from this game, but NFP Sky, they cannot really start celebrating because they've got another squad right beside them. Now it's going to be I8 again, who have been really explosive so far. 8 kills in, I think, for even more finishes over here because well, losing out of crypto and playing so well. This is team I8.
Yeah, they've lost a player already, so but they're still not stopping. And so is Team QWERTY, right? Look at Team QWERTY go against Team Bablu, and both these teams were so close to the ruins area for a big amount of time, and none of them committed themselves. They were still lurking around the compounds, and that is where they have found themselves, just outside this new fourth circle. And the problem is that the blue circle is sort of started to close in on them, so they got to wrap up the fight quickly and traverse these 78 meters. Destroyer is down. Vultrix is under pressure right now. Wolverine on the flank angle, and Team Bablu sort of trying to express themselves. Dani is just so tempted over there for the push. Let's see if they're going to do that or not. But right now, they're trying to create an opening with an utility, and that is exactly what Team Bablu is hoping for. With Team Sky just now lurking behind in that ruins compound, they've arrived at the party quite late, but they've still got the numbers. They've cleared out North Esports from that direction. And look at that. Voltrox picks off Wolf over there. He gets eliminated, but the trade is over here. Dani making an appearance. Destroyer goes down. That is not looking good for Team QWERTY. But Wolverine on the other side, he's spotted the lads of Team Sky trying to come out of that ruins compound. They've been caught out in the open. This is not looking good for Team Sky as well. But Wolverine is the last surviving player for his team out there and getting some very important, crucial points in this game.
Indeed, he
Looking very impressive over there. But the question is, how long are they going to survive? Team NB on the northern edges over here, also going down there. Team Gate Cap and XGeneration sort of trying to stop them in the flank. Both of them parallelly trying to enter and catch the zone over there. And Team NB gets eliminated. This is XGeneration looking to dominate things. But on the other side, outside the blue, Wolverine is still surviving. Now Ash, he makes his move up the hill. Wolverine is up close. The AKM is there. Ash has the information that Wolverine is just lurking around, that there's a player. And now look at that. He's taking the opportunity over there. Spot them, pins them down. So Ash just not being confident enough to go in for that 1v1. He was thinking that there's one more player. 4 first aid still for Wolverine, but I don't think he has the time to pop any one of them. And the play zone is eventually going to take him down. Team QWERTY eliminated in the 12th spot with 6 kills. They've got a decent number over here, but clearly the other teams, they've got some catch-up work to do inside the overall leaderboard. Let's see what they're going to do. So, Team Bablu on our screens. 2 players already fighting over here. Coming back to the game, we've got Team Quantum Rage controlling the northern edges and unpredictabl go down. But what do we have here? Just in front of Team QWERTY, Max Esports, 3 of the lads swimming out there. Rai also not in a very good situation. The circle clearly has a good amount of water. That is the part of the play area right now. And Natil is going to give that information to his teammates that a lot of players are swimming out there, and that's going to be a very difficult thing for Team Max Esports to deal with. Let's see how far they are going to survive over here. And now Max Red sort of, he gets some land beneath his footsteps over there, but eventually gets knocked down. Rai also has got some land over there, and now he will be able to use his meds as well and even his guns, but that's not looking a very good position. Portal Esports getting eliminated. Quantum Rage controlling the ridges beautifully, and Max, they've lost multiple players just in a span of 15 to 20 seconds. They've lost 3 already, just one last final lad remaining over there, Rahi, and he has no options over there except to do a heal battle for his team, which clearly is not going to give him a lot of points over there. He would just be hoping that one more team gets eliminated, so he might just get a little bit of an extra position points. He's got 4 first states, but clearly not a very good decision taken at this point from Team Max Esports. The rotation going so wrong for them. Star getting eliminated, but we have so much water inside the play area. This is an amazing final circle that we are witnessing. It might just end inside the water as well. And Museum and Trinda trying to control, give that revive to Johnny, give that cover to him as well. They've got some multiple smokes deployed in the vicinity. Even Team Freestyle looking to dominate now, and look how calculated they are moving right now. I'm liking this, but Malik gets spotted by Death Squad over there with an N762. So Freestyle, they've got to really tackle the situation beautifully. They've got some big tanks inside the vicinity. Trinda holding off with an UMP, trying to pin him down, but still no damage there. 3 lads from Freestyle. They are aggressing over I8. Let's see what this is going to happen. The big guns right in front of us. Respect takes Trinda down over there, and he's still surviving over there. This is going to be an amazing fight, Pixel.
Oh my goodness, I missed so much of action and I gotta curse my internet over here. I really wish I had Song 4G. But either ways, getting back inside the game, looking at the mayhem that we have in front of us over here, Trooper, it's gonna be Uzum who's gonna go in for the survival game because, again, I mean, this is not the first time we are witnessing such ludicrous circles. I mean, Pakistan region and water zones go hand in hand. But Dead Squad, they've done a really good job surviving so far, having secured 4 kills already. Leon getting taken down, he needs that rest back up. And I mean, Dead Squad, they can get a few more kills in their pocket, right? They can, of course, afford to take down Respect over here. Tyrant is on the back lines as so many teams, they're just kind of lurking around in the nearby fray. Tyrant trying to make a move with his vehicle, but will get taken right off as there you have it. Dead Squad getting 2 more kills. 7 is the total number. Quantum Rage still holding a really good position. So I'm gonna say this thing, Trooper, they've been really consistent in the first 2.
Certainly they have been, and this is going to be their chicken. It's a very easy thing to guess at this point, but we still got 4 teams playing here. Even Team Bablu is sort of just surviving inside the waters over there, but Death Squad, they're on the land, they're on the high ground. Let's see what they're going to pull off, because clearly they've got a 2v3 situation to deal with. And Team QWERTY, they look prepared. They've been holding and clearing off this edge of the map for a very long time, so they exactly know what
A chat.
yeah, what are they talking about? Let's guess. Let's you play Uzium, I'll play Dani.
I mean, well, Uzum, you've been dominating so far. Let me survive. Let me live because we've got Khan. He's been exploding, and we really want to win the national championship. You've had a really good run in the PMPL. You've also played the World Invitational. We got to reclaim our former glory. We've got to win it all.
But you know what? We want to go ahead and decide the PMPL this time, and that is exactly what Team Bablu is going to do, right? So I'm Dani, I'm here, and Uzium, you're going down over here, and we'll go ahead and fight with the PMPL slot. But Quantum Rage writing a completely different story on land over there. We still got these 2 players chatting over here. So what do you think, Uzium? Are you going ahead, or Team Bablu is going to overtake you over there, just like on the last day of the semi-finale?
I think he's made peace. He's like, all right. I mean, we're gonna do well in the PMPLs anyway, so you can have that position extra point for yourself. But again, Quantum Rage, guys. We've been one of the best squads so far. We've really worked our asses off. We really need to, really need to step up. And I think this is the beginning of a new era, a new glory. And there you have it, ladies and gents. We've got Quantum Rage winning the chicken dinner final.
The team that led the semi-finale stage completely, once again making an appearance. They are here and they mean business, and that is exactly what they're showcasing in this chicken dinner. 24 points from the Sanhok. It's a big number from a Sanhok game, clearly, and back-to-back good performances. I believe they got 15 in the last match, so 39 and #1 position for them. So they're just reclaiming it from Team QWERTY, and someone needed to step up. Someone needed to step up and put QWERTY behind onto the second position. That is exactly what Quantum Rage have done. Now, Team QWERTY also, they got to do some catch-up work like all the others team. And Team Quantum Rage, as you mentioned, they stick together, play together as a team. Everyone plays their part. That is exactly what they did in the Sanhok game as well.
I think this is really good, right? I mean, we're gonna love that. I'm really again sorry to the viewers. The majority of the time I was disconnected out there due to some technical issue, but I mean, Trooper did a phenomenal job just covering it up for me. But as we take a look at the MVP, it's gonna be Adele. I mean, the man who apparently sports Trooper's X style, right? This is how you had your hairs up. Now it's completely down, and I mean, looks like you're kind of settling down with life, just moving along with things. Because that Spike looks sort of looked more young, looked more energetic. This look will take a lot of time for me to get accustomed.
That will come back, Fixers. This is just a trial version going on right now. So we'll see. But Adil clearly has a wonderful hairstyle over there, and he's looking so good in the damage department
Sharp.
as well. Yeah. 799 with 7 kills over there. A dominating performance coming in, but Uzium also playing an amazing game for his team. 3 assists there for his team over there, and 7 utilities used. We don't see a lot of utilities being used inside the Sanhok game, and clearly those some important smokes when Freestyle was sort of trying to pin them down over here were pulled out by UZM. But the match ranking now in front of us over here, I8 getting some good points out there. They got 21 points in this game. Team Bablu also getting 12, Death Squad getting 15, but Quantum Rage getting the maximum 24. So six
Yeah.
teams also here getting some decent numbers. Even I would say that all the 8 teams got some decent numbers out of this game, but not the same story for all those teams on the second page. But Freestyle, they would be sort of relieved after this performance. After getting eliminated on the 16th position in the opener, 8 points is a decent comeback.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is what we've been talking about, right? Do not lose hope right from the very start. And again, this is another one of those ridiculous circles we're sort of accustomed to, especially in the Pakistan region. It does not really happen quite often anywhere else. I think just a few days earlier, I think 2 weeks earlier, we did see that ludicrous Miramar zone, right? And it had to happen in Sanhok. I'm telling you. And even we've seen, out of this world circles happening in Erangel as well. So this is something that we are really privy to. We do know what we're anticipating, but what I did not really anticipate was QWERTY, popping off so big, and then they kind of fizzled out towards the end. What went wrong?
For Team QWERTY, I think they just got caught in a cluster over there, and Team Bablu.
Too much fights.
Yeah. I think they should have committed towards that ruins big compound over there, that temple over there for a little bit earlier, I feel, but they sort of just missed the trick over there, and eventually they've just also got caught in the cluster. Team Bablu very close to them, and the way Team Sky sort of pinned them down, I think Team QWERTY should have just moved with up. They always clear the vicinity, right? And this is what they missed out on this time. So that was the only problem with Team QWERTY, I felt, and they were losing players on regular succession, and that is why we saw them getting eliminated on the 12th position. But the kind of aggressive stance this team pulls off, I think it's a trick. It's sort of a strategy from Team QWERTY. They like to dominate the early mid game. They want to express in the early mid game because they clearly know if they don't do that, the later mid game is going to get very clustered. And if you're looking to take a fight just like other teams during the late mid, you might get picked off in a third-party situation, and that is what Team QWERTY has figured out so beautifully inside the Pakistani region, and it is certainly helping their cause.
Yeah, I think right now with how Quantum Rage has been playing, we've been talking about consistency, right? The first game also they kind of sort of maintained that top 3, and then again in the second game getting the chicken dinner. Now have toppled over QWERTY, but there you have Team QWERTY. The first game being so explosive that the second game they kind of messed things up, but they still had a lot of kills, right? Like you just mentioned, they were getting so explosive with the fights, and sometimes they just had too much on their plate. So right now, if we take a look at the damage graph, look at NFP Sky. So these are the sort of stats that we get to see, especially in the map of Sanhok. Either you go big or you just fall down. So a lot of teams had quite some hefty amount of damage, but did not have a good position points.
Clearly, and that is something that happens a lot in Sanhok. And considering the fact that we have got 6 more Sanhok inside the National Championship Grand Finale, it's going to be an aspect that the teams got to learn very quickly. You got to work on the kill department in Sanhok, and that is a very good way to go. And let's see if that is going to happen inside the remaining games or not. But clearly, Quantum Rage is continuing the good work they started during the semi-finale leg, and I'm really impressed with the performance of this team. In just 2 matches, look at Adil, the way he's kicked off proceedings, 10 kills already for his team, leading the team by example. But the player that we were looking for, the X factor in the team, is still yet to get a first kill for himself. That is Vaz, and let's see how he's going to repair his confidence and come back inside this upcoming Miramar game as well.
I think the way Quantum Rage has been playing, they've been looking so beautiful, right? And this start, and like you said, Trooper, we have the Miramar game on, and you're talking about Miramar. You've got teams like Bablu, you've got teams like QWERTY. Again, could really want to go big, but again, I think this was not a shabby game for Bablu either, because they did go in for those survival points. They got quite some kills. Khan 420, he's explosive. We've seen even Teen Wolf delivering for his team, every single player contributing. So. That is also one good thing that I've really loved. But in terms of how the finals have been going so far, we've been enjoying all that action. But it is also going to resume. But for right now, we're going to go in for a quick little break. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. You got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन एंड वेलकम बैक। एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक नए सेगमेंट के साथ, जहां पर इस बार हमारे पास मौजूद रहेंगे टीम एनवी के प्लेयर जिनसे हम कुछ सवाल जवाब पूछने वाले हैं। एनवी सिक्स पिस्टल, सबसे पहले तो वेलकम करना चाहेंगे और उसके बाद आपसे सवाल पूछेंगे। पहला जो कि ये रहेगा कि आपकी टीम बहुत लंबे अरसे से कंपेटिटिव से बाहर थी, अचानक से ये टीम आती है और सेमीफाइनल्स का पहला चक्कर इनकी तरफ से किया जाता है, ग्रुप स्टेजेस का पहला चक्कर इनकी तरफ से किया जाता है, तो फाइनल्स में भी क्या आप इसी तरह से स्टार्ट लेने वाले हैं?
इंशाल्लाह कोशिश तो पूरी होगी। हम लोग प्रैक्टिस वगैरह जो है हमने काफ़ी की है, टीम वर्क वगैरह उस पर सारा काम किया है हमने, तो होपफुली वे एमिंग फॉर द टॉप, तो इंशाल्लाह।
चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ मूव करते हैं। एनवी के बारे में एक मिथ मशहूर है कि एनवी सिर्फ रनर अप ही बन सकती है, ये एक मिथ है। क्या आप इस मिथ को रॉन्ग प्रूफ करने वाले हैं इस बार?
कोशिश तो हमारी है, लेकिन ये मिथ बड़ा पक्का हमसे अटैच हुआ है, लेकिन अब देखते हैं क्या होता है।
जी हाँ, इंतज़ार तो हमें भी रहेगा कि आप इस मिथ को जब प्रूव करें कि वो गलत है। और अगले सवाल की तरफ हम जाएंगे कि केएसएफ का एडिशन टीम को किस तरह से इफेक्ट कर रहा है?
केएसएफ का एडिशन बहुत अच्छा इफेक्ट किया। एक जो प्रॉपर एक आईजीएल की हमें जो ज़रूरत थी वो केएसएफ जो है वो बहुत अच्छी तरह पूरी कर रहा है, तो वी आर वेरी हैप्पी टू प्ले अंडर केएसएफ एंड हिज आईजीएलिंग।
चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं। आपसे चौथा सवाल ये रहेगा कि टीम जो पूरी टीम है आपकी टीम एनवी, उसका पीएमपीएल को लेकर जो है वो क्या सोचते हैं आप? पीएमपीएल कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है आपकी टीम के लिए?
पीएमपीएल एक बहुत बड़ी स्टेज है, प्रॉब्ली वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट स्टेजेस, जो कि अभी तक पाकिस्तान के बहुत कम टीम्स ने देखी है, लेकिन कोशिश हमारी पूरी होगी। अगर उस स्टेज तक जाते हैं तो फिर पाकिस्तान का नाम भी रोशन करेंगे।
बॉयज, आपको क्या लगता है आपकी टीम का जो है वो बेस्ट प्लेयर कौन है, जो टीम की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है वो सारी की सारी संभाल सकता है और फाइनल्स में जो है वो एक वाइटल रोल प्ले कर सकता है?
बेस्ट प्लेयर तो हमारा अहमद है, एनवी अहमद जो है, एक न्यू एडिशन है, लेकिन आपको भी नज़र आए हमारे साथ वो पिछले 2 सालों से है। जितना वो स्ट्रीम्स पे कमेंट और एनवी को सपोर्ट करता है, उसके अलावा किसी ने इतना शायद ना किया हो।
ओके, आपका अपना
तो
प्लेयर
अहमद अपना प्लेयर ही जो हमारी टीम में भी नहीं होता था, वो सपोर्ट इतना करता था कि हमें लगता था हमारी टीम का हिस्सा है वो, और अब वो हिस्सा बन गया। तो बेस्ट प्लेयर पीके जो है ना, वो एनवी अहमद है।
चलें, होप एनवी अहमद जो है वो आपको फाइनल्स में जो है वो सुरखरू करे और आप कामयाब हो
इंशाल्लाह।
अगले सवाल की
ये
तरफ
हमारी
जाते
भी
हैं।
दुआ है।
कोई मैसेज जो आप फैंस को देना चाहते हैं और फैमिली को?
जैसे मैंने अभी कहा था, जो अहमद जैसा हमें सपोर्ट करता था, अगर बाकी लोग इस तरह सपोर्ट करते रहें तो बहुत अच्छा होगा और हमारे लिए बहुत आसानी होगी, और हमारी जो होप्स है वो भी ऊपर रहेंगी और आप लोगों की भी उसके साथ साथ होंगी। तो एवरी टीम नीड्स एन अहमद इन देयर लाइफ और इन देयर टीम।
आपके पास सहमत मौजूद है। चलें, आप दोस्तों, ये थे हमारे पास मोइज टीम एनवी के सेक्स मिस्टर, जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे और काफ़ी मज़े के जवाब उन्होंने दिए ज़रूर हैं, लेकिन मज़ीद मज़े के इंटरव्यूज़ लेकर आपके सामने ज़रूर आएंगे हम। तब तक के लिए आप पीएमएनसी को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun as we are heading into our game number 3. That's going to be played in, of course, Miramar. And well, Trooper, who are we anticipating winning this one?
Well, there's a team that I always keep an eye on, and that is Team XGeneration when the Miramar game starts. Because I've
Okay,
seen that team always try a little bit harder inside the Miramar game, and they sort of just make an appearance inside the final circles. But you got to learn from the likes of Team QWERTY, right? And a lot of teams have got to learn from the likes of Team QWERTY. The way they play that patient game, just like the way they did in Erangel, right? They just sort of went absent completely for 3 to 4, even 5 minutes, you can say, during the late game when the area was just coming around them. They just made sure to play that survival game over there and stick inside the center, and that is how you play the center game. And yeah, let's see if X Generation can sort of change things for them inside the final circles, inside this upcoming Miramar, because clearly Team Kohli does that so beautifully out there.
yeah, they indeed do. It all comes down to how they're gonna rotate, and like you mentioned, right? They've gotta make sure as to what fights to pick and what not to, right? I think
Exactly.
that was the only cause for the demise in that particular game, because otherwise, I mean, QWERTY, you talk about 4v4 fights, they're absolutely beasts at that, and
Certainly.
considering I8, I mean, the way they started off, losing out crypto was something they did not anticipate. But eventually, things ended on a good note for them, right? With that, position finish for themselves. But again, in Miramar, anything can really happen. And today, we've witnessed two uncommon circles, right?
Yeah.
The second circle, you could say it's of a rare category. We haven't really seen much of that. But in Miramar, heading in, I'm really gonna count my chances. I mean, uh, what if we get maybe a rune circle all the way up top? And what about that? I mean, we've never seen that, but in the finals, maybe. Hell yes.
Certainly, and two unusual circles. We haven't seen that Erangel finish as well for a very long time. I have been very close to that Yasnaya Lake outside in the open, and the Sanhok circle was completely unpredictable. No one could have sort of pinned that area that this is the place where the circle is going to end. There was a lot of water to play with, and that is clearly what I think the likes of Dani and Museum were trying to exploit in that final circle to get some
Right.
position points out there as well. So clearly, I'm going to look forward to this Miramar. Where is the circle going to go? Because Miramar, we have seen some unusual circles already inside the national championships, right? We had a swimming contest towards the eastern shore already, and why not? Let's have a circle towards the Los Hugos Island. There are two beautiful bridges that can come into the equation that clearly haven't played a big part in the history of Miramar, in even on the global level as well. But I would certainly want to see those two bridges to come into the equation. Maybe this game can be and this upcoming Miramar
Okay.
camp. We can see some action coming on from there.
I think I know where you're exactly headed, and yeah, I would love to see that. So you're talking about the southern side, yes, hell yes, why not? I mean, that is again one of those circles, but still waiting for the default circles to really appear, because these teams are having such a tough time, rotating, traversing around. But either ways, we are witnessing such amazing plays by all these teams. So I kind of, considering how Sanhok really went off, it started off with some team wipes, then things kind of simmered down, right? Kind of slowed down because everyone had to sort of rotate. And now we're talking about the finals, right? These are the
Yeah.
best teams of the region, and you're not gonna get any better team than what Pakistan has to offer, and they have been living up to their name. And of course, everyone's eyeing out for the chicken, so they're waiting for the zone. We are looking at teams playing more possession oriented, and then there comes a team called QWERTY who does not care, who just goes in, pushes onto its squads, completely looks unfazed. But they can they sort of afford to do the same against the big guns that we have? Say, let's say the likes of Freestyle, the likes of I8, or maybe Team Bablu. Do you think they can push them in a similar fashion?
They certainly can. They have the potential. They have the gunpowder to pull down any team, right? Even if it's a big team in front of the front of you, at the end of the day, these are pixels, right? You got to shoot at them. But Team Kurdi, they're certainly equipped with the skill set to pull down any team in front of them. So you got to be really, really cautious. There are 5 teams right now that are playing an extraordinary game. To be really honest, I would count Quantum Rage, Team Pablo, Freestyle, I8, and Kurdi. These are the 5 teams. Out of these five, only in my book, someone is going to go away with that PMPL slot. But if any other team has got a different plan completely, all those 11 teams, all the underdogs out there, you really got to stop making those mistakes, which you're even doing at the national championship final stage. So they really got to buckle up, find things for themselves. They got to understand how Team Corey got to the position where they are right now. They are just playing together as a team, everyone playing their part, listening to the calls definitely. Because if you're not listening to the calls, you cannot be so close together as a team all the time. And that is what
Yeah.
Team Corey does so beautifully. And it's been an amazing thing to see this team pick off because at the group stage, they were not looking at teams that we might find at the hashtag one position, but the way they have changed their game over the time, and it's a very important aspect how they've played the Montenegro City inside the Miramar games that they were scheduled in this semi-finale stage as well. So they've got 5 Miramars to play over here. We'll see how they would try to control the Montenegro City because clearly they don't let any easy rotations from that part of the map.
Yeah, they certainly do not. And talking about Miramar and the rotations, now we've always been harping about the high grounds, which play such an important role. So I think today also that's going to be the same thing. But I'm kind of concerned about I8 because they've got quite some unfriendly neighbors around them. Team QWERTY does not have a tough time. But
Yeah.
then again, I gotta see as to how they're gonna get back in. But Quantum Rage, I think this is one of the teams that we need to talk about because they've been making a lot of stories around over here with their sort of gameplay. And I mean, formerly known as Next Gen, they've come in, got some roster shuffle, and I think during the group stages and the semi-finals, that is where they were kind of getting accustomed to the play styles of the other teams. But now, once they're in the finals, they're looking so strong. They're looking so well prepared. Even if they cannot get the chicken dinner, they're making sure that they have a good position finish. So, we've seen this point structure sort of
Yeah.
change, every single year. And even now from the last year, I think it's just about almost a year. Once we hit September, I believe. I think that's where we
Yeah.
were kind of thrown off with the new point structure for us, and that has been prevalent ever since. Now, maybe in the future we might have a different point structure, but this point structure clearly again shows that uh, this sort of heads into the central meta, right? You stay in the center, you take a lot of kills, you get those kill points. If you have good positions, you're getting that as well. So teams are really going in for good positioning eventually tend to end up with good kill points, which really helps their cause.
It clearly does, and the point system really also play a big impact on the play style of the players as well. Over the time, we have seen them get so aggressive because of the weightage of the kill points, right? And that is a very important aspect. During the end of the Sanhok game, after the game, we were also talking that so many teams are relying on those kill points inside the Sanhok, and clearly we have got 7 Sanhok out of the 24 that we are scheduled to play over here. So it's going to play a very important role. That how are you going to get those kill points out there? Because but so saying this, it is also very important to get the positioning points, and you would find me differing from it. But a team that is always winning on the hashtag one position towards the end of any tournament or any leg of a group stage or a semi-finale, when you pull out their numbers, you will always see that they have really worked good on the positioning point. So you got to be consistent over there, but you got to make sure that you regularly get decent numbers in the kill department as well, and that is the only trick to win under the circumstances of this point system.
Yeah, I think that indeed is. Now, I think you've got to play the zones right as well, right? You need to know when to rotate, and it's all coming down to research. I think your homework. Let's say, for an example, the push we saw from Team QWERTY side onto which the players of, I believe, lost over there in Sanhok. I mean,
Yeah.
that's pure research, right? You do your homework. You know that this team loves to rotate from that particular area, so they kind of did take
Okay.
their chances, but I believe we're already inside the game. And right off the bat, we are thrown off with a fight. We've got Rex and so much happening around. Where did we go wrong?
I don't know, but the match is now here in front of us, and let's see how the players are. I think you don't have the wrong 4G fixes. That is where that's the wrong thing for us. But now we have Lost Esports and Freestyle already. They are just they have already looted up. They've already got guns on their back as well, and this is Freestyle. Time to post things, and Unknown Gully Boy. Let's see what they're going to do to each other. Unknown looking good really, and Gully Boy very low on the HP. Unknown gets him down eventually, but the trade is here. Respect coming in, pitching in at the very right time. And where are the teammates for Team Lost Esports? Look at Gully Boy. He's been cleared from a distance. It's Clutch Wave from a very big distance. He got that second knock as well. Now Talent comes into the equation. We've got XGeneration lurking around this compound as well. So multiple teams in the nearby vicinity. We've got three teams going up against each other. Malik gets into the party. Clutch Wave. He's already got two players down over there. Unknown got the first one, but he got the all-important second. Gully Boy knock over there, and he's getting his shots connected on Tyrant as well. The second knock coming in from Clutch Wave. Now the pressure being applied by Malik. He knows that he's really got to eliminate this player Clutch Wave, because his teammate believe is also going to come into the equation pretty close. And Clutch Wave eventually goes down over there in the backdrop. In the kill feed, you can see Team Sky as well getting a knock over there. But Malik, he's got a job at hand. He's got to revive both his teammates. And so early in the game, this is a big fight that Freestyle is being a part of. And no smokes out there. He's holding the revive out in the open. But XGeneration, they have also arrived over here in a little bit of a distance. They are trying to pick off the last player of Lost Esports. Believe surrounded. It's going to be a very difficult situation for him. And this is going to be the end for Lost Esports.
Oh my goodness. I mean, well, X Generation getting the better out of Lost and Freestyle. Well, they've lost out on Kali Boy, but again, three finishes for them, and they've been looking so good. And right now, taking a look at things, well, Freestyle, 3 kills already. I could not actually see where the zone formed, or what happened, or what went wrong. But now I think we're gonna have a fight between X Generation and Freestyle again.
Yeah, they've regrouped. That is the important thing. But Tyrant is going into the rotation already, and I think this is not looking a very good situation for them, to be really honest. Just towards the northern side of the graveyard, that dry junction is being contested, and look at the amount of cluster already that is building over there at in between San Martin and Picardo as well. I8 QWERTY, those both big guns up ahead each other. 4v4 fight. This is going to be a very important thing. Let's see how they're going to do against each other. But in Acceleration, rather than concentrating towards the lads of Freestyle, they are now looking directly towards the player of Team Sky over there. And Team Envy also just looking around the corner. So these clusters are now exploiting and explosive. And now they're just hurting each other over there. And let's see who is going to evolve with numbers out of this encounter over here.
I mean, well, Miramar off to such an explosive start. We've witnessing teams, Hether and Tether, just getting kills after kills. What is happening for all the viewers that have joined in right now? I mean, there were some technical issues which apparently have been fixed, and well, we're getting into the game with all the action now still awaiting. Right? Thank God we made it in time just before the first squad wipe. So there are a lot of action that has been missed out. So we've got QWERTY, just on that certain area of San Martin. They're looking indeed in a really good spot. The second airdrop coming in, the MG3, and well, it's kind of really difficult to get over there. But if you do, you're in for a treat.
Certainly, they're going to be in for a treat. But look at I8 holding the high ground over here. North Esports lurking around the corner on the low ground over there. But we've got multiple teams already inside the vicinity. We saw Team QWERTY getting so close to them, so it's going to get interesting how I8 is going to deal with this, because clearly this is not the kind of Miramar we anticipated, right? Because the Miramar was always quite lull, quite low during the mid game, during the 10 or 12 minute mark. But here, already we've seen a lot of action, and already 12 players eliminated out of the game. Even one squad has been wiped completely out there. That is Lost Esports. So they started the journey from the hashtag 16 mark after the semi-finale got over, and they are not looking to improve on their standings, to be very honest. So let's see what sort of a challenge, how Lost Esports is going to deal with this situation. But for now, we have the team that has been part of the action right from the word go in this Miramar game. XGeneration once again very close to Portal Esports.
Yep, they indeed and now this is again one of those fights that I'm really waiting for, because XGeneration, they got a fight right at the start, and now they're against the likes of Portal again, one of those explosive teams that we're talking about. But still, Pan comes out on top, gets that knock, will get that finish instantly as Rahman from the far off fray has been knocked down by Insane. So XGeneration need to be quick, need to be really vigilant, get him back inside the game, but that does not happen as he gets finished off.
And this is the second game in a row where Portal Esports had lost Mom to, and not in the Sanhok game, but in the Erangel game also. He was in a split situation from his team, and he got picked off over there as well. So this is clearly something for Momtu to work at, I think, at this point. And he's a really, really amazing player. We have seen him play under different banners and get results for him. So clearly, we would be also expecting a lot out of him. But Sky going against North Esports over there, they're hurting each other, and the trades being offered over there. But Daku significantly appearing inside the kill feed on the left hand side and eventually getting traded as well. So both these teams are sort of hurting each other a lot. But on our screens right now, we've got a 3-1 split from Team Bablu being executed against the Death Squad, who are sort of holding inside the compound, trying to propel nades outside on the ridge and get some results. I don't find that a very, very good decision, to be really honest.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, right now, Bablu, they just want to play it a little safe, but not Esports. What has gone wrong with them? There was a time when they were absolutely annihilating every single soul around them, and now they're taking some heavy beating. Zameen used to be the MVP. Now he's kind of backed off. He's kind of bowed down. And he's still kind of recovered. He's going to patch himself up. But NFP Sky, not really the position where they would want to be in. And finally, taking a look at this particular circle. So a default Miramar circle, you can now call it, right? So we've seen the circle time and again. And this time again, NFP Sky, they're getting themselves into actions. A lot of squads engaging against each other simultaneously.
If we are watching an action-packed Miramar game during the mid game, that clearly tells you a message that a lot of teams are trying to change their position inside the overall leaderboard, and that is exactly what you see. North Esports trying over there, even Team Sky trying really, really hard. Star also have got a play down over there, and look at Zameen goes and his teammates go. They sense the situation over there. They are going in for that push, and McKay gets pulled down. So this is the second knock over the lads of Team Star right now. And why was he moving out of the smoke cloud after getting blocked? That is not the way to go, my friend McKay. But still, we have got multiple players. Yes, this is what I was talking about. Multiple players. Third-party shots coming in. This is Team Sky now hurting North Esports. Team Star, the two remaining players, have sort of just evacuated the situation, and they're not continuing this engagement against North Esports. But North Esports have got their own set of problems to deal with. The revive being executed over there, the first aid being popped, but that is not looking good. And then they get eliminated eventually. The play zone also playing their part and pulls down player. Ghost got eliminated by the play zone, but the final nade, I think, came on from. Did they really hurt themselves with their own nade, Team Sky? But let's see how they're going to proceed from here.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting and interesting. But now, if you take a look at Team I8, look at how different or how scattered they are from each other. So many teams, having taken the brunt. Now, Portal Esports not in a very good position. But Quantum Rage, they found a really good territory for them. But look at QWERTY, look at Wolverine, right? Look at what he's trying to do. Just trying to chip damage. That one little vehicle spots another one. The far off ray is now gonna shift his aim entirely to that. But Psycho, he's getting a few knocks. So XGeneration, like you said, you love this team in Miramar, and they are living up to the hype.
Certainly, and they really try hard. And once again, this is the next fight they have found themselves in. But really honest, to be really honest, they sort of play the waiting game at this point. Generally, but they have entered the 18th minute mark, and they're getting caught inside rotation. So, Portal Esports Nocto, he was in a split situation from his teammate, and he's clearly been able to surprise Team XGeneration. But what is also surprising is yet another early elimination for the team of TMW over there. Kurama is the IGL, clearly not living up to the expectations. We were expecting really so much. Even when SN was there, he was just praising Kurama and his IGL so much. I was also getting so much impressed the way Kurama was performing during the semi-finale stage. But clearly something is
Whoa.
going wrong. Oh, not good for Portal Esports.
Yeah, definitely not good, but they're very bad for I8 considering how they're caught, and that's a good decision just to step away from the Bucky because it had sort of been dismantled. I mean, a few more shots, it would have just exploded. But now I8, they've got to fight the zone, considering Johnny's been taken down, Uzum already out of the picture, Crypto needs to heal up, and there's no chance on earth that they can try and force out that revive. As there you have it, one of their best fraggers, Johnny's been taken down, and I8 in a whole world of trouble, just coming into the arms of Freestyle, where they're happily waiting to take them down. Not a position where they would have really anticipated themselves to be, because right now, if I8 gets eliminated, it's going to be at the 11th spot. 11th spot means just 1 point out of position, and they haven't gotten any kills, so it's going to be an absolute disaster for I8 if they get wiped out over here.
It's really going to be, and right now they are pinned outside the zone over there, and I don't think it's going to be an easy passage there for Freestyle. But look at the opening created, even the knock comes down on Shroud as well. He gets eliminated, but Hunter, he's bleeding out. His teammate under a lot of pressure over there. How is Unpredictable going to deal with the situation? This is Team Quantum Rage trying to hold the northern edge of this new circle as well. Adil deploying himself for the revive of his teammate over there, so a bit of a teamwork coming into the play from Team Quantum Rage, and they're just trying to gatekeep a lot of teams coming in from the northern side. Up, Unpredictable, very close. The revive has been executed on Rex already. So, but on the different part completely, we have Team Freestyle trying to pin down Crypto and his teammate Rinda, who are still looking to survive. So, a big effort coming in from them. They're using the terrain beautifully, moving just with the cover of the ridge, and they made sure to close in. But Freestyle, they are playing a game. They are disengaging. They're giving the priority to the zone, and that is the right way to go. And that gives the opportunity for the duo of I8 right now to sort of regroup, take a little bit of their strategy. But XGeneration, look at that, they get picked off and get eliminated in the 11th.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking really aggressive. That sort of an aggression really costed them a lot. Now, like you said, yes, I8 does have that entry inside the circle right now. They've gotten that opening, but QWERTY just having that high ground advantage for themselves. Well, Voltrex having been taken down. He's yet to be pushed upon. Now, so many teams are just hiding around the ridges that they're being very cautious with their approach. We haven't really seen anyone making a full-on push, but again, Quantum Rage, this time they've lost out on Oreo, but still a very strong position, sort of engaging against Team Star over there. Now, Team QWERTY will have to make a move. They have spotted out Trinda, who's apparently taking some bullets, hasn't received any damage yet. But again, it's Wolfrey and Trinda going up against each other. Now, this is one of those bittersweet rivalries that we kind of quite often witness, which sort of ends up either ways. But this time, I8 really need to be careful. This is where you need to have Crypto, firing on all cylinders, because he's one of those players that excels at those long-range scenarios, right? Now, Quantum Rage sort of being in the center of things over here in terms of how things work, but now against Unpredictable. Well, Rex not having the best of HP, but Hunter apparently is going in for the push, who might just be in here for some beating if Quantum Rage is not really careful with it, but he's taking his chances and eventually gets knocked out.
Yeah, Hunter goes down, but Rex now comes to the party. The first hit being popped by Quantum Rage over there. Let's see what sort of an impact he's going to make. And on the other side, we see Crypto getting pulled down over there. And now Rex is also going to go down. This is Quantum Rage was getting his first kill, I believe, and at a very point for his team, but they're getting the third-party shots from the distance coming in. This is Team QWERTY who have spotted that altercation between Quantum Rage with the team that got eliminated over there, and Team QWERTY in a split, not in a split situation, they're in a very good situation, sticking together as a team. And Freestyle, look at them in the backdrop. They're sort of regrouping. They've got some players knocked over there, but both these two teams are finding themselves outside the zone, and they're going to go down the slope. And that is why you sort of see both these teams trying to clear out teams that are on a lower slope than them. And maybe we are going to see some more action upcoming from both these teams, and that is exactly what the Team Freestyle is trying to do. And now they are trying to rotate away onto the slope towards that route and getting shots from behind. This is Team QWERTY trying to make an impression on them. But look in the backdrop between Quantum Rays still regrouping inside that compound, and when are they going to rotate is going to be an important thing, because they are going to hold up an important spot on those slopes that these teams are trying to rotate themselves.
I mean, it's gonna get so much more exciting right now. You've got Khan, who's apparently spotted Respect out, and he's just proned in. Now, Freestyle, they've had a really good start into the game, but they've got to even end it in terms of good position points. They've got a decent amount of kills. They need to have those survival points for themselves, but considering they've been spotted out by the players of Quantum Rage, it's going to be so difficult for them. Now, Team QWERTY, look at the vision advantage they have. But again, at the same time, I must say, they also need to get inside the circle. Now, by all means, you've got a team right in front of you. It's going to be the boys from Team Maxed, and well, they need to make sure that they're all eliminated. We've got Dread and Rahid. So both the players sort of surviving, just waiting for Team QWERTY to make that push. But from the sidelines, we've also got that squad present. So a lot of teams over here. Now, Team QWERTY has built up that smoke wall, but look at Khan. He's been taken down. Portruck's taking some heavy damage. Khan getting finished off.
Yeah, Team Quantum Rage sort of just getting too late onto the equation over there. That rotation needed a better timing, and that's going to punish them now, because they've not even been able to clear out Team Max Esports or enemy inside the position as well. But clearly, look at them go. This is Team QWERTY in action. Voltrux floating at the wrong spot, gets picked off, but Wolverine is here. Destroyer is down. Max Esports, these two lads have certainly changed the course of this push, but Wolverine takes down one, but Rai takes the trade. Team QWERTY gets eliminated onto the 6th spot. This was a push that they were looking to handle so calmly out there, but both these lads from Team Max Esports, they sort of had a different plan completely, and this is going to open up spaces for a few different teams out there. But Dead Squad also gets eliminated under the situation, but was still lurking around with a deal out there. The two lads from Quantum Rage, they're looking in a difficult position, but once again fixed it. We've got Team Bablu with the highest percentage in the forecast over there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, are you surprised? I think not, right? This is exactly where we are accustomed to, witness Team Bablu. Now, all they have to do is sort of get inside the zone. They've got the players, they've got the numbers. Team Envy doing a really good job, but huge ups to the boys from Max. Sort of tackling that push coming in. From Team QWERTY, because had that gone wrong, had they not knocked down two of those players, it sort of all started with that one player kind of proning down, and the moment he got knocked, the trades were real, and I think after that, well, Max did not have any problem. Rahi just getting all the right trades for himself, but Emma just getting picked off quite out in the open. Sex Pistol will make sure he gets the counter trade knock, but this is where Khan really needs to go in and get a revive on towards his teammate, because Sex Pistol is going for the same. And this is where, he would sort of anticipate Rahi from the backlines to be taking those shots. But before he even does that, he's been taken down. Now, 420 just being that last solo survivor in a 1v1 situation, I believe. He's just got to lob that one perfect grenade. If he does that, this is it. We're looking at Team Bablu making a comeback inside this tournament, inside the finals.
Certainly, and the position has now been given away. 420 out there, and he did not hold the revive. He had an option for that, so he's taken a big gamble over here. This nade is going to be very crucial, but it is going to land and explode on the other side of the vehicle already. So that vehicle playing a perfect cover for Sexy Pistol right now. Eventually, Dani bleeds off. He's trying to land that shot from the M4 3X right now onto the head of Sexy Pistol, but he's playing beautifully with the cover. He knows that the last player is just behind the ridge over there. This is a 1v1 situation for, I think, 15 points. Let's see who's going to go away with that extra 3 points, because clearly, who do you prefer? Pictures. Who do you think is going to go away?
I mean, 420 just sort of messed it up a bit because
Yeah.
I think with the high ground advantage he had, he could have easily gone in for a flank, and Sex Pistol would have not have even realized or seen him coming. Right. Instead, he decided to kind of get up and take a few shots. Now, Sex Pistol does. I mean, for 420, he does know from exactly what angle Sex Pistol is gonna peek out, and right now all he's gotta do is play the patience game because in the next 15 seconds you've gotta see a Sex Pistol making that move because he's just got two first aids to survive with, and I believe. Khan 420 is inside the zone, so it might go into Team Bablu's hands unless and until Sex Pistol pulls off something really sexy.
He has no idea where 420 is, right? He's doing the post it thing, but that's not
Uh,
even going to get executed. Falls down to the play zone, and Team Bablu go ahead with a chicken dinner in the first Miramar, and that is exactly what all the fans of Team Bablu wanted. Look at them go. Hashtag 3 and that is what they've accomplished after this chicken dinner. 22 points out of the first Miramar from the National Championship Grand Finale go to Team Pablo. We have got 4 Miramars more to go, Pictures, and this team is going to eye every single Miramar game over here, and a wonderful finish for them inside the final circle as well, and they would be anticipating some more points out of the remaining Miramar games as well.
I think this is a game where I would actually say that we've got a lot of analysis to do, considering how things were working around, right? A lot of mess ups, a lot of good plays that we got to see, but eventually it was Team Bablu that came up top. Now, the first discussion will, of course, get into that, but before that, let's take a look at the MVP, who apparently is KSF in this particular game. So, 4 kills, 915 damage, but yes, kudos to him. Getting back to what really happened, I think we should start off with Team QWERTY's push, right? On towards Team Max. Team QWERTY decided to go all in, right? They lost out Khan, which they were not supposed to because Khan was way too much in the open. He got picked off, he got knocked and taken down. And after that, what we did witness was the remainder 3 players of QWERTY just heading on with a minivan. That is where I really felt they kind of dropped a smoke path and headed in, right? What they could have done instead was kept one of the players as an anchor, stay at top, and 2 of the players going in for the push. Even if things went sour, you already have another angle to deal with. Because once you're just heading in right in front of Max, right? What are you expecting? They're not gonna gift you hugs and kisses, right? They're gonna spray you down with bullets, and that is exactly what they did. Despite having the numbers advantage, Team QWERTY lost that fight. Then we're talking about the zone shift, right? So Sex Pistol goes in. He had his teammate, but again, it had to be Rahi from the backlines who just spotted him and took him down. And taking a look at the match rankings, Trooper, we've got Bablu. I would not say it's a really huge chicken dinner, but this is one of those very essential and important chicken dinners, which sort of justifies the taglines for them being the kings of Miramar.
It really justifies their attack, to be really honest. But on the other side as well, I know how consistent this team is actually meaning business out here inside the national championship. They're here to win. The intention is clearly there. They've got the foot with the right pressure on the pedal, absolutely, and they want to win the tournament. They don't want to be second. They don't want to be third. They want to win it, and that is exactly what they want from the Miramar games. XGeneration, on the other hand, they also look good inside Miramar, but not here. They just got the 3 kills eliminated with just 4 points. So as you said, after watching them, they were just getting a bit too aggressive. That just backfired upon them. So they really got to learn from this and make sure to go back to the previous strategy of Miramar to take maximum players inside the final circle. Be a little passive if you have to. But coming back to that push on Max Esports once again, I think it was a push on the Shack. Utilities could have played a very important role over there, which clearly Team QWERTY missed out. They just deployed the smokes correctly, but yes, a Nate could have just rewritten the story completely for Team QWERTY from that point onwards.
Right.
But no worries for Team QWERTY. They know how to get points. I don't want to see them on the hashtag 1 position at the end of the day, number 1 already, because we have seen them dominate and make significant leads in the past as well, even in the other stages of the national championship. This is the Oppo F19 Pro moments once again, where we're going to witness a lot of action upcoming. Total Esports. Now, this is the team. fixes. Every time we see a split situation going wrong for Portugal Esports, and they're clearly not learning from the mistake.
I think they start off really well, but again, we're talking about fight selection, right? That is where they kind of go wrong. I really find them promising in terms of how they rotate, to be honest. But it's again the positioning during their fights and the fights that they pick that has always been the cause for their demise. Now, this was that one push that we were talking about, and again, you've got to hand it to Team NP. They did not at least give that extra kill to Team Bablu, right? Sort of waited it out. But as we take a look at the overall standings, we've still got Quantum Rage. I mean, 3 games gone, and they've been in top 3 in all 3 of them. And as a result of that, they've managed to maintain that top spot they have. And you take a comparison, right? QWERTY, 29 kills, Quantum Rage, 6 kills short. But in terms of position points, they're always there. And Team Bablu, with that one stellar performance, they've managed to get the 3rd spot for themselves. But Team I8, being one of those big guns, they've been sort of silent, and the same can be said about Team Freestyle.
Certainly, and Freestyle, they really got to figure out what went wrong in the first 3 matches and sort of try to change the course of the day in the remaining 3, because they've got 2 Erangels upcoming, right? And that is how they got to look at things. You've got to work hard in Erangel if you want to change your position inside the overall standing. And Freestyle have got to figure that out. They've just played 1 Erangel that did not go for them really good. And let's see how they're going to change their strategies, because every time the circle used to shape up, Freestyle suddenly became the first team to start their rotations inside Erangel, and you've got to be really choosy at the timing of the rotation as well. But the damage graph here in front of us, Team QWERTY dominating it clearly with that 2,000 damage. We saw them give around 3,000 damage inside the Erangel game as well. So they are going at a very good pace, to be really honest. It's going to be a very difficult task for Team Quantum Rage to hold on to that podium #1 position, because that position holds a slot. That is for the PMPL, and that is what each and every player wants over here. But Team Bablu, as we mentioned them, they clearly mean business. They are also moving in the right track.
They indeed are such an amazing team, to be honest. The way they've been playing, and like you said, they're not going to settle for the 3rd position for sure. They're definitely going to climb places up and try and get that 1st spot for them. And I think Khan 420 has sort of been the revelation. He's sort of been that missing jigsaw in the puzzle of Team Bablu. I mean, this was one of those teams that is absolutely a fan favorite one, right? What they'd been really missing out on is some amazing gunpowder. And with Khan 420 coming inside this team, and with the experience where you have Zibian, Dani, and Teen Wolf, imparting all the knowledge, and where he does all the killing, all the shooting around, I think we've got a really big and bright future for Team Bablu. But for now, we're going to take a shuttle break, because coming right after is going to be game number 4.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
सलादीन, अब हमारे पास कुछ प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं जिनसे हम ये सवाल पूछेंगे कि जिंदगी में कितनी बार उन्होंने दिल तोड़वाया अपना, या फिर किसी का दिल वो तोड़ चुके हैं। तो चलिए ये बात हम प्लेयर से ही पूछते हैं।
दिल तोड़ा एक का ही है तो मतलब दोस्तों में से ही है, तो नहीं 2 हैं। तो और खुद मेरा
ओ, आ
टूटा।
जाएंगे टाइम टू टाइम, याद आ जाएंगे, आपको
हाँ।
2-3 मिनट दे देते हैं।
नहीं बस उतनी ही है, ज्यादा नहीं बताने तो। और जिनका मैंने दिल तोड़ा वो मैं बता रहा हूँ, 2 हैं, ठीक है। मतलब लड़की वड़की नहीं है, हो भी सकती है, लेकिन
Wait a minute. Who are you?
दिल तो मेरा बस एक ही बार टूटा, तोड़ा नहीं है लेकिन बस मेरा टूटा।
दिल अब दोस्तों को, लड़कों को भी तोड़ा जाता है, ये तो मुझे नहीं पता था। मतलब दोस्तों में जो होते हैं।
दिल यार मेरा पता है, दिल तब टूटता है जब हम कोई मेजर्स में परफॉर्म नहीं करते या फिर मेजर्स में आगे क्वालिफाई नहीं होते, जैसे कि अभी PMPL नहीं क्वालिफाई हो गया था, तो वहाँ पे दिल टूटा था। और दिल मैं नहीं तोड़ता यार, अच्छा बंदा हूँ मैं।
ओके। हाँ भाई, इस तरह समझ लो, मतलब पहले क्लोज किया, लाइक नहीं लड़का है लड़की ये मुझे नहीं पता, पता नहीं कौन है, तो मतलब बस कोई है।
ऐसा नहीं हुआ अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, एक बार भी नहीं हुआ ऐसा।
कभी भी नहीं, कभी दिल नहीं तोड़वाया, कभी दिल नहीं तोड़ा।
जो मेरा बेटर हाफ था वो ये कहता था कि मुझे तुम अटेंशन नहीं देते, ये नहीं करते, वो नहीं करते, अवेलेबल नहीं रहते।
फिर तो सही हुआ आपके साथ। जी, तो कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग जवाब हमें प्लेयर्स की तरफ से सुनने को मिले, कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल हमने भी उनसे पूछे। मजीद सवालों और मजीद जवाबों के साथ आपकी खिदमत में वापस आते रहेंगे, तब तक के लिए PMNC के साथ जुड़े रहिए।
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag woke up your fun as we head along into the fourth game. And before we get started, Troopa, I wanna really know, what are you speculating, because we've got another Erangel amidst us, and this is where things are gonna get even more spicy. Of course, Team QWERTY off to a really explosive start, 16 kill chicken dinner. This time, do you think it's going to be them or someone else?
QWERTY always is going to be under the content. They are always going to be around the corner to get some good points in an Erangel game. So let's see if they go off track, because clearly they would not want to do that. But my eyes are going to be on some different set of teams. Teams like TMW, they dropped inside Erangel. They faced some casualties over there. They lost their IGL inside Erangel, and then they could not make an impression over the Erangel game. So are they sort of trying to change their strategies? Are they going to go for a different drop, or are they still going to drop inside Yasnaya? That is going to be one thing to watch out for. And how is Max Esports, with the kind of confidence they have brought in themselves after the final circle over there, the way they pull down Team QWERTY in a 2v3 situation, we know they're going to drop inside Pochinki, right? But how we have seen them dominate on Pochinki really well, but clearly they have not been able to make a big impact inside the final circles of the game of Erangel. So these are going to be the two teams to watch out for in this upcoming Erangel, that how are they going to improve. But other than this, there's a different level of competition that is happening between teams like Freestyle. They are just fighting among themselves and the technical mistakes that they are making. But Team Bablu, they are flying really high in Erangel as well. And you got to watch what they are going to do, because Freestyle is nervous right now. They're just sort of regrouping, settling down their nerves, and Team Bablu means business. Both these two teams are going to fight real tough in the remaining
Yeah.
3 matches and the remaining 3 days as well.
I think, yeah, like you said about Team Bablu, I mean, it's still just a start, right, for all the teams. Team Bablu, they look really strong. But again, we're not going to witness a lot of Miramars this time, but we're going to head in to another map of Erangel, the second Erangel of the Grand Finals. And here we have it, the flight path trajectory, well, going all the way from George Paul towards Milta Power. And we're going to see for ourselves as to where the circle is going to be. Now, from what I'm anticipating, I think this time we're not going to be thwarted off, right? We're going to witness something usual, something sort of a default circle, maybe around Katkar Pachinki, or maybe a certain one. What
Yeah,
about you, Trooper?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if there's going to be a southern circle. I'm hoping for a western circle once again. We had a northern circle last time. So let's see if we can find some fights inside the open fields nearby the Gatka Pochinki region, because the sewer area also, if it can come into the equation, that is what I would be looking for. And if the diciness comes into the play, if the shift is going to be on the military base island or onto the main island, that is something that always excites me. So let's see if you're going to watch that sort of a circle here or not. But look at that,
Uh,
I8 where they're jumping, they've really changed strategies. Wonderful.
I mean, again, I think this is their new drop location. We've seen them doing that, but last time we had a collision course where I think it was Uzum who was taken down by Teen Wolf, but so this is it, right? This,
Oh, wow.
this I mean, I need my own personal fortune ball right now. The way we are, sort of predicting, and I think it's the best of the both worlds because we did sort of think it's gonna be around God Kapachinki or maybe towards the southern, and the gods have literally gifted us both. Now this is where teams like NFP Sky certainly tend to flourish, and the same can be said for freestyle considering the kind of loot around that quarry area.
I8 is going to find fights in the mid game because they are not very fond of playing, starting the Erangel game from the point where they are starting off right now. So they have not, even if they would have worked, done their homework, there are going to be surprise rotations incoming from in the side because they are finding themselves on the northern edge. A lot of teams are sort of going to rotate from that area. So I8 clearly they've got a tough game to deal with this upcoming Erangel, and this is the kind of picture I want the hashtag one, the seeded team to be in, and let's see how they're going to deal with this. And it's going to be an absolutely amazing game because we have a team Bablu already over there, just towards the northern side of the city, inside the Georgia Pool area. TMW behind them, so they have not gone towards Islamapol, and even when the city was accessible from the plain path. So the change in strategy is clearly being shown by TMW. They don't want to lose that players in the early fight. They have opted for the secondary drop, and I think they should stick to Zaki at this point. And in a different sort of a main path, they can also pick up Kamishki, which they have done during the semi-finale and group stages as well. So a decent start. Now all the 16 teams have sort of found their independent areas to do up, and this is exactly what I wanted.
Me too, 100%. I mean, the way Quantum Rage has been playing so far, I think this is exactly what we need, right, from their side. And if they sort of keep continuing doing this, I think they're good to go. But at the same time, it's still the first day. You have to be consistent every single day that you're playing. Over the next course of 4 days, you've got to be at your optimal best, right? Now today, they've done their job. They've done majority of the heavy lifting. The first 3 games have gone exactly how they planned it to be. One of them being a chicken dinner, the other two being in top 3. So this team, they're looking really consistent and across all the maps, right? So we've seen that Miramar, Erangel, and Sanhok. Now we're gonna witness this again. So in Erangel, I think this is where I would start anticipating them to again hold a top 3 finish, or maybe go for a chicken. But this is the map where I would really want one of the other teams, the underdogs. Let's say teams like teams like Lost right in front of us, or maybe XGeneration, who might just walk off with a victory.
Really, at this point on the first day, if one of the names that are not very popular inside the region, if they are going to get a chicken, they're certainly going to open up possibilities for them, and that is exactly what even I am hoping for. But clearly, the big ones have dominated so far in the first 3 games, and that has been the entire story for the national championship as well. Now, I'm calculating Team Quantum Rage as one of the big guns, right? Because they've been around for a big amount of time. They've just sort of found the right what do you saw chemistry between the players, and they're just playing a wonderful game out there, and they clearly have a bright future. But this has got to be their start off point. This has got to be their take off point, I feel, and they really need to make sure that they keep on dominating inside the overall leaderboard over there. And if they can go with that go away with that PMPL slot, it would be a wonderful thing for them and all the other teams as well. So let's see how these teams are going to uh, use up this opportunity that they have.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I really want to see because they've been grinding so long, they've been grinding so hard, and this is the moment where you have to be shining. And so far all the 3 chicken dinners that we witnessed were from major big guns, right? Apart from Quantum Rage, who again are one of those oldest teams, right? You talk about Next Gen coming in now with a new name and few new players. They've been doing amazingly well so far, but they've sort of got to keep it up because You just can't really, pop off in the first day, and towards the second and third, you kind of fizzle out. So you've got to be consistent. You got to maintain that run, which apparently they're doing. But this game, my eyes are definitely on this team, right? Because in those quarters, in those group stages and semifinals, we did see freestyle really going big, hurting all those teams. But so far, they've been sort of silent. Now we know one game is all they need to absolutely, create a lot of ruckus around. And all they need to work is on their positioning, their rotation, their fights. If they work on these three things, I think they've got some amazing kill potential, and they can produce some amazing results.
Even in the last game fixes, remember the way they got caught off guard on the
Yeah.
slopes over there in Miramar. I think they had seen the shift of the circle. They had that adequate amount of time to either parallelly fight with Team QWERTY and try to enter inside the zone, which they clearly did, or otherwise go for a rotation. And I think that going for a rotation could have been a better option. But clearly, and I have no idea what sort of a vehicle they had at that point. But you really got to understand to not to get stuck in that kind of a situation once again, and that is where the IGL comes in. And that is what I'm talking about for Team Freestyle. They have been trying so much inside the last three matches, and things have clearly not gone in their favor. So a bit of luck is something Freestyle have been missing out so far. But look at this, clearly that early rotation once again coming in from Freestyle. They're trying to hold on to the centers over this western area of the quarry. But I think holding on to the quarry heights, because they drop into that area, would have been a better option for them. But let's see how the IGL is going to decide for them.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. But so far, no casualties have we really witnessed from anyone else, and it's going to be so important to see as to how they're gonna perform. And I8, well, they're kind of trying to play around the center, but XGeneration, we've got Thug, Rahman, Psycho, and Ban, all four players. Well, they started off really well in Miramar, but towards that mid game, they kind of were looking to overwhelmed with the situation, and got wiped out. Had they just held on a little bit longer, they could have done a really better job. But this game, I really want to see. Even the same goes for Team Star. Now these are the teams that edge their way inside the finals. Now, if they've made it into the finals, I would really love to see them perform.
Certainly, and Team Star were looking so good in the first Erangel. Right now, they are back inside the Erangel map once again, so they would be really hopeful to make an appearance once again inside the final circle. And for that, they are looking really confident, to be really honest. But let's see if they're going to execute this perfectly once again or not, because you can have a one odd game that goes in your favor, but to repeat good performances back to back is the art that we are looking for. And look at the shift of the circle, the base, the military base glitch quickly inside the equation as well. But the cluster that was developing around the quarry region, a lot of IGLs just predicted the right way to go, and now they are enjoying themselves right inside the center of the circle. But that is going to sort of increase the population density inside the areas, and then action is going to develop. Already a casualty over 420, Team Bablu under the radar. Let's see how they're going to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's been such a slow start. Right now, teams being so careful. No one, not a single soul has fought right now. But Sipian is gonna be up for some vehicular manslaughter. Has managed to take one down, but Destroyer getting picked off by Oreo. Now, Quantum Rage and Team QWERTY going up against each other. Two mammoths of team fighting. That is exactly what we want to see, and that is what you're getting.
Oh wow! I absolutely love the intent for both these two teams. I really love the intent coming in from these two teams, and let's see what they're going to do to each other. Unpredictable, and they're also inside the vicinity doing some regrouping. Try to and look at that. The revive is being held over here, and the third teammate makes sure to pops in the smoke. That is the kind of teamwork we are looking for from the region over here. And look at this. This is Team Unpredictable now looking good. These ridges are very important ridges inside this sort of a circle, and it's going to get contested pretty soon out there. We have seen multiple teams trying to approach these ridges from the southern part, but in a different part of a map completely. We got Team Sky very close to Team I8, and they are also fighting for these open ridges. And let's see who's going to hurdle which team over here.
It's going to be so interesting. We've been waiting patiently for this. Now all these teams are starting to make their way inside the zone, and a lot of fights is what we are anticipating. We've got I8 right in front of NFP Sky, but look at the flank that Crypto has, that angle. A Deadshot might just be in a whole world of trouble if he sort of gets complacent, and Crypto does spot him out from the distance. The man, the myth, the legend, and we do have Uzum, who's apparently just about to drive him over, but eventually is gonna be, taking quite some beating from his teammate Halsey over there. But apparently, right now, taking a look at it, I think I8 are just running over.
Certainly, and if I8 spots you this sort of a situation, this sort of a script is going to be very difficult, and clearly Museum trying to round it. He might just get traded, but Museum gets away with it. He's got some good shots connected over there. Now Trinda clears up the job for his team over there, and now they got to deal with the remaining two players. He's Deadshot just bleeding out over there. He got to deal with the two players of Team Sky, so they've just sort of scouted the area completely. They know exactly where the opponents are, and look at Crypto go now. He's just deployed himself inside the fight. We saw him in a flying position a little seconds earlier, but now he's just looking to chase out for more kills. And just look at the way he's sort of just watching the space around, watching the vicinity around, and try to gather as much information as he can for his team.
Yeah, and now I8 to sort of realize that, to win this tournament, they need to start getting chickened in. It's just consistent performances is not going to help their cause. And the way things ended up in Miramar, they would not want to repeat that because they were struggling a lot. And look at this zone shift, the western area completely being vacant, but all these teams around that southern and the southeastern area, they're going to make that movement in. Now, this is where I think teams like QWERTY might just want to go for that longer rotation that they love to execute. If they sort of can take that Katka main compound, it's really gonna help their cause. But teams like Bablu, they're completely circled, completely surrounded. Now I8, oh my goodness, this is going to be such a disaster. Johnny just getting picked off over here, but still somehow out of nowhere he manages to get a trade, and Crypto has managed to take down Clutch Wave with the process. But now I8 in a collision course against Team Lost, and Johnny falling down yet again is definitely not gonna help them.
It's not going to help them, but look at the hearts of Crypto over there, ramming his vehicle, ramming it right on top when the 1v1 was being executed. It became the X Factor over there, but clearly Team I8 moving inside this compound without a lot of information. It's hurt them pretty bad over here. They've lost two players in the process. Crypto and Trinda once again find each other as the only companion inside this game, and this is what happened to them. At this point of the game, inside the Miramar game as well, they lost two players, and then these two players sort of got them a decent points out of the Miramar game as well, and that is exactly what they would be trying once again. But they are being flanked by multiple angles by the lads of Team Lost Esports. So where are the utilities from Lost Esports? I think they should deploy some nades and completely bombard that house, but they're certainly missing the trick over here.
They certainly are. And now Marshad, he's just gonna lob that grenade in, and well, maybe find Trinda. But right now, Crypto, he's making sure he spots out all that movement. Now, I'm really rather keen to see, when is Uzum gonna make that movement. Oh, he's been taken off the picture, and I8. Well, 3 kills already, but not really a good start for them. The way they kind of rotated, right? The moment they kind of went in for the ramen, that moment I really knew that they're in a whole world of trouble. Because just running into two different squads, what were they even thinking? I think some really loose IGLing going on over here. This is not a regular I8, because the I8 that we have known, they really love to dominate on situations. Now this is sort of something really anticipated, right? What were you expecting a squad not to be over here? There they are right in front of you, and you've already lost out on 2 men. Again, the similar storyline. Now what's even more interesting is that we have not yet seen a single squad being eliminated. Now it's just a matter of seconds before Lost decide to kind of pincer them down, and that is exactly what they're going for.
But no, look at Crypto. These angles that this guy has worked upon so beautifully. Even seconds ago, he was looking into that next house. Now this is a beautiful fight. And Trinda trying to create the opening, but certainly missing out the trick over there. Wolf puts him down, and Wolf is on half HP, but Crypto has got a job at his hand. Let's see what he's going to do, given some good amount of damage to Marcel. Pulls down another player over there. Now Crypto, he realizes he's reading the footsteps over there so beautifully. But Wolf realizing this opportunity that he can pin down the last and final player, and he goes in with an M4. Look at that! Crypto clutching on for his team and doing a 1v3 brilliantly over there. He's got five kills in the overall for his team, and is going to hold that revive for Trinda as well. What a game coming in from this lad, Fixes.
I'm done. I do not know what I just witnessed over here. How on earth did I pull this one off? I mean, we've been talking galores, we've been talking stories, tales about him being really prolific on that long range and that mid range scenario, but now Crypto, you beauty, even in those close range, the king is here to slay, and that is exactly what he's been doing despite all that difficulties. And team lost. I just going in one after the other, getting picked off on various precarious angles. Not really what would I have really expected out of them, but Crypto, you beauty. I do not know. I'm running out of adjectives to describe what he just pulled off.
I couldn't believe that he pulled that off. To be really honest, I couldn't believe that he pulled it off at a moment of play. He just popped in the first hit as well, switched the gun quickly, and then got that last 1v1 in that close range over there. That is something. Lost Esports, when they're going to watch it, they're just going to feel like they could have just been a little more aggressive seconds earlier, and they could have got different results. But that is what happens if you give opportunities to a player like Crypto and his skill set. He's definitely going to overpower you with the kind of hard work that he has done, and those angles that he made through the windows were spectacular to watch. The way he got players down back after other, he even got pulled down through the window angle, he got mastered down to the window angle, and then the final 1v1 that he won was perfectly executed. Now, coming back to the series over here, TMW making an appearance once again on the 18th minute mark. Sort of a good news for them, but they have found themselves in a split situation. Big Boss knocked in a very bad position out there. Kurama and Malega are inside the sewer, but Team Star once again inside. So we are watching a rematch situation for TMW and Star. They sort of have played in this exact spot during the semi-finale as well inside a game, but let's see how they're going to deal with this time. TMW came out the winners in that game, Fixes.
Okay, so now I'm gonna anticipate that they do it one more time, but right now what we're witnessing is Malega actually going in for his teammate, while Kurama is trying to provide that quintessential cover fire, but MK is right out in the open. He's helpless. He needs someone to come towards him and get a rest maybe, but right now Star in a whole world of trouble. We've got Team QWERTY right in front of us, and Destroyer has been destroyed right from the very start. Sibyan, in the meanwhile, will definitely knock out Shroud from Team Unpredictabl. Now Voltrox, okay, he just goes after them, and one grenade is gonna seal the deal as Team QWERTY and Team Bablu, both of them sort of eliminate the likes of Unpredictabl. So the newcomers, I mean, you're talking about Lost, we've got Unpredictabl, they've been thwarted off the game, right? But the big guns, they're still in contention now. Team Maxed has gotten 4 kills. Now they're looking really promising. They're looking really sharp. Across other esports titles, we have seen this organization really flourish. But in the realms of PUBG Mobile, I think they've been struggling a little bit. I think they can regain the former glory, where I do see Portal Esports really getting very up close and personal, almost towards I8.
This is what we were discussing for Max Esports, right? They are really good inside the Pochinki area, and just after till the late game arrives, and this is what they are looking so good at this point, right? Look at Max Esports with 4 kills, all the 4 players standing. But I would really want them to convert this sort of a gameplay inside the final circles as well. I want to see them go inside the top 3, and which they are clearly missing out. They got a really good game inside the last match. They got a final circle finish over there, but can they repeat that sort of a performance? That is what we are here for. But we'll talk about them later. But right now, coming back to the situation for Team Bablu, they're finding themselves in a compound outside the zone. They've got some enemies very close to them. Their compound they got to deal with, and I don't think it's going to be an easy situation, because this is Steve QWERTY that we are talking about, and they're going to find them inside the vehicles, trying to get away from the compound, and shots will be taken from behind. Voltrix trying to hurt them, but Team Bablu sort of going away, and they're going to go towards the compound where Lost Esports and Crypto were fighting a little while earlier, and that is not a very good spot to be. So this cluster shaping towards the southwest part of the circle is getting interesting by every passing second, and even freestyle getting some knocks towards the western edge.
Oh, indeed they are, and there you have it, Voltrix just going in, and well, Team Bablu, their numbers sort of dwindling down. just last player surviving for their team, and not really the Erangel game that they had anticipated for themselves. Now, we still have 36 players alive, and now Team QWERTY again showing some really good performance in Erangel again. Now, QWERTY Esports right in front of them, and Nocto just gonna get there in time because Khan is slowly but surely creeping up at him. But Max right now engaging against Team Star will make sure that they wipe them out from over here, and Hacker, in fact, he's gonna get the revive. But Freestyle, I was really anticipating this to be their game, but they just got eliminated. Those nades doing the job, and now Team TMW up against Max. Now again, Hacker being taken out of the equation. Dread, he really needs to survive. He really needs to make sure he got all his teammates alive somehow or the other.
If Dread is going to spot the trajectory of those nades that TMW are projectiling right now, I think he'll get an idea that the players of TMW are so close over there. But clearly, they've just missed out on the trick, and they've just look at if TMW watches this later, they got to understand all the utilities have sort of been concentrated towards this end of the pit, and clearly Max Esports have realized this. They have just stayed away from that part of the pit completely, and all that utilities have sort of gone wasted. If they could have just used to put the nades and the mollies in different angles of that pit, they could have got some different results, and they really need to practice that.
They indeed do. But now Team Maxed, well, we've got to see if he can sort of maybe take a few shots, or maybe drop a few grenades. But either ways, Fortrux, I believe he spotted out Nocto just nearby him, and right in front of him also lies XGeneration. I think Pan is in a bit of a dicey situation. Kurama trying to spray down, will of course find out Asad, but does not connect on the remainder players. But again, one knock is something with which they can really live with. And talking about living, I mean, I8 still surviving with two of their players, and Marlega apparently does spot out one of those players of Quantum Range. I believe that's going to be a deal.
They really play.
I think it's Weekend, maybe?
Maybe, yes, he's got Weekend out there, but really, TMW plays a really good game just outside the schools, and that is exactly what they did inside that game, which I was referring to a little while earlier. But XGeneration get picked off, and all the actions sort of, and all the teams getting pulled towards this compound where Crypto completed that 1v4, and that is an amazing thing to do for him. And he's still surviving over there inside the top 7. We saw him lose two players, his two teammates quite early, and still Crypto surviving over there with Trinda. And look at the zone, just keeping them into the equation once again. Now Crypto has got his eyes on a different team completely. That is Team QWERTY, Team Quantum Rage sort of trying to survive over there, and he's got an idea where the lads of Portal Esports are as well. So he's just hurting the teams, using the concrete covers so beautifully out there. But Max Esports also just looking around the edges of that compound now. It's going to be very interesting how Crypto is going to use this high ground, because clearly at this point, with the ridge going out of the equation inside the backdrop, Crypto is holding the highest point and inside the little circles, right?
Yep, but I think Wolverine, considering the situation he is in, I mean, what just happened? What went wrong with them? They were a 3-man squad, for Christ's sake, and now they've kind of been eliminated from the game. So QWERTY not really having a good one in this time, but now Team Max, somehow these lads tend to survive, they tend to live. But what on earth was Dread thinking to go outside the zone, when especially it's a 6th circle? Could have well, I think maybe just want to get a few of those first aids. But now I think they've got to deal with the likes of Team I8, who still are yet to make their move, considering Max is right beside them, and Portal Esports, how on earth they're still alive? What is happening, Trooper? Just tell me. I can't process.
This is Team Bablu just not giving away any information right now, and Portal Esports surviving. If they just get this information that either the teams are surviving over here, you're going to watch some skirmish happening over here. But now the problem for Team I8, they're now finding themselves outside the circle. Finally, the circle has shifted away from that compound over there, when Max Esports is sort of lurking very closely to them. So we'll find out how Crypto and Trinda are going to deal with Max Esports. But that was some really chaotic call-outs coming in from Max Esports, and Brent was pulling off something absolutely I haven't seen in a long amount of time.
Same here. I mean, gotta say that. But right now, Joker, he's being so careful. I think he's spotted out one of those players, but Dread was so well prepared for him, and will go instantly take him down, and Crypto gets taken down by Oreo. Now Quantum Rage, somehow, they have survived again, and again with numbers, but Max gotta give it to these lads. 11 freaking kills. Wow.
But they lost the players right at this point, at this crucial point, and this is what I've been talking. I've been spotting about them, that they lose players inside important situation. But 4 first aids now doing the heal battle. He might just try to get inside. He's got a good cover of that vehicle over there that he might look to explode if he's got some smokes out there, which we are clearly going to find out. But once again, look at Quantum Rage and where Joker is surviving.
Absolutely.
He's watching everyone in the action, but he's just not giving away any information. Adil was jumping in front of him, but he's clearly not spotting him inside that yellow grass. And now Drake makes the run out in the open. Is he going to make it? The play zone giving him the damage, and he makes it with a sliver of the HP out there. But Bablu clearly getting picked off by those nades. Adil eliminates him with a nade. Elimination for team. Multiple nades. They're still surviving over there, and this is Joker.
Quantum Rage, they've been wiped out and Joker still is living. Oh, you mean, man, you did have some tricks up your sleeve. But this is it. This is the moment where he needs to capitalize. This is where he needs to lob a few extra grenades. This is the time where Bablu is at their weakest. If he does not strike now, it's over for him because his position has been compromised. Now, Dread, he's one chicken little man. He's just staying aloof from all those fights over there. He's just waiting for all the carnage to be, dealt upon. But Team Bablu, for a moment, we were not really thinking that this could be their game because they were being picked off. But here they are, looking at a chicken dinner.
I don't get surprised so easily, Fixes, but I am not able to understand what Joker has pulled off over there. Has he just eliminated all the players of Quantum Rage? Now look at 420, they got spotted Dread, eliminated him. Joker, he's eliminated one team so close to himself. It's another 3 players in front of him. Is Bablu going to get back-to-back chicken dinners inside the opening day of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Grand Finale from the Pakistani region? Or Joker is going to just one lad in front of him. They've spotted him, pulled him down, and back-to-back chicken dinners for Team Bablu. They're going to position themselves so good to be at the topmost spot here. It's going to be interesting to find out. No second. Quantum Rage manages to keep that podium finish for now. But how did they get eliminated over there? I wasn't expecting that to happen.
Oh my goodness. What was that? I think this has to be one of those most exhilarating finishes. I mean, well, while I was watching, I mean, we did see those nades being, thrown back and forth. And Joker was amidst all. He was just waiting for the right opportunistic moment. And then, with his AK, he went down the entire area. And everyone just got wiped out. Oh,
I got surprised over there. In the kill feed, I saw Adil pulling down 2 players from Team Bablu. For a moment, I thought Team Bablu got eliminated. But back onto the screen, we see Team Bablu sort of regrouping, and Quantum Rage is gone. That is Joker, but the most valuable player for the game, Crypto, and what an amazing 1v4 he had in this game over Lost Esports and decimating the entire squad. But the last 3 kills were so spectacular. Just within the span of those 15 seconds, he just decimated the entire 3 players completely. What a beautiful play from this player once again. But held up the high ground for a good amount of time, got 6 kills for his team, 993 damage, and clearly he's the standout player in this game, not only for his team but also in the entire mode.
Yeah, 100%. Agree with you. You give Crypto those moments of, of trouble. He certainly surpasses. He is a hero. But what I really loved about this game, of course, I still had a really good recovery. Quantum Rage again being consistent in that, top 4 this time. Okay, I think they were still at top. All right, they were top 4. So still maintaining those good position points run for themselves. But what really stepped up, was out of the pack for me was Team Maxed, right? 11 kills is what they got for themselves. Now, they were so explosive. Now, even Team Bablu, I was kind of baffled when I saw them surviving in that, last 3 and with major numbers over there because if you kind of go back, rewind a little bit, they were in a whole world of trouble. They were not looking really sharp. They were getting picked off early on. That's where we started, kind of speculating that yes, in one game they went big, and the next game they go falling down. But no, they shut me down with another chicken dinner again. One of the most beautiful performances by this team. But Quantum Rage, in terms of skills, in terms of position, wow, impressive.
Like, I don't know about a lot of other teams, but what clearly went wrong for TMW over there was the utility users, right? Imagine Max very close to them, and eventually Max Esports get 21 points out of the game, and TMW can only get 4. But if they had used that utility in a wider range over there, Max Esports would have certainly gone down over there, and TMW could have evolved from that part of the map and could have got some good numbers for themselves. So this is TMW and Team Max that we were talking about even at the start of the game as well. Sort of, we saw Max doing the right things, getting maximum players till that compound where they fought against I8, and eventually only Dread could come out of there. But in the overall scheme of things, Max Esports would be really happy with these 21 points.
They certainly would, and I think this is what they needed, right? We've been constantly harping about this one particular thing, where you would anticipate, some underdog team, and this where Max step up in the colors and lost. The entire day they've been looking so lost, kind of living up to their name, which we do not really like. And I really would have. Now this is what you've been also observing, Trooper, right? Yeah. The angles, the positioning by Crypto has been so spot on. Now this sort of brings me down to this conversation. What on earth went wrong with Team QWERTY? I mean, at one time they were absolutely in a very good spot. Portal Esports was completely pinned down, but look at how the tides have changed. This is that one fight. Look at Joker just spraying down, and eventually it was 3 people against him. Could not do much, but there you have it, the overall rankings right in front of us, and Quantum Race, they surely are building up the numbers despite of one less chicken dinner. In terms of position points, look at how consistent they are.
Yeah, they're not only building up the points, they're building a reputation for themselves. We have seen them do this again and again inside the semi-finale, and all that while my question was, can they pull it off inside the finale? On the first day, the answer is yes. 72 points in 4 matches, 1 chicken dinner, Quantum Rage. They're emphatic. But the team for the moment right now fixes the double chicken for Team Bablu, and this business, right? They clearly had that intent and it's working in their favor. But a team that I was really expecting a lot from today, QWERTY style, they are missing out on the trick. This is not the kind of day one even they were expecting for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that they did not really anticipate, and this particular game, this particular circle, I really thought it would be theirs, but nah, that was not the case. And you talk about the other teams, take a look at the damage graph. Quantum Rage, look at the damage numbers. It has exceeded the roof over here with the way it has really been. And I kind of like how they've been playing throughout every single game. I think they've been doing so well.
Certainly they are, and you got to find Team QWERTY. I was just finding them inside those clusters, so that is a good news for the entire region, that we've got other teams picking up the pace and fighting for those top spots over there. So it's a really good point for teams like Team Bablu and Team QWERTY to sort of come back and hold the top 2 spots. But QWERTYs are big guns, right? You got to if you got to keep them shut down, you got to be really good at what you're doing, and that is going to be the pressure on Team Bablu and even on I8. The way they are chasing the scores over there, they are in no matter of time. There's going to be huge competition for the top spot, and I8 is going to be there contesting for it. So Team Bablu, they've really got to put their heads down and continue the hard work. The intensity should not sort of dilute. Otherwise, you're being chased by monsters out there. So make sure you just keep doing the good work that you're doing.
Indeed. I mean, right now, the kind of an overall picture or a storyline that we are really witnessing over here is certainly kind of, kind of giving us an example as to how the big teams are dominating. A few underdogs are also stepping up. But again, in Sanhok, anything can happen, but that's going to come right after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shots.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello everyone, this is अलादीन. अब के सेगमेंट में हमारे पास कुछ प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं जिनसे हम ये सवाल पूछेंगे कि ड्रॉप में जो नया LMG वेपन आया उसके बारे में उनके क्या तासुरात हैं, बट उनके तासुरात आइए उन्हीं से जानते हैं.
बहुत लीथल गन है वो, एक ब्रोकन गन आप कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसकी जो फायर रेट है वो उजी की है. तो आप अगर उजी के फायर रेट पे 7.62 एक बंदे को शूट कर रहे तो जाहिर है वो तो बहुत जो है लीथल हो जाती है. तो मैं समझता हूँ कि जिसको वो गन मिल गई तो ही कैन इजीली वाइप अ स्क्वाड. जो एक लाइन में भी आए तो सारों को दे विद इन सेकंड वाइप कर सकते हैं.
उसके तो यही ख्यालात अभी तक मैंने यकीन मान नहीं यूज़ की, क्योंकि ड्रॉप जो लूटता है वो या वो ज़िबियान लूटता है या खान लूटता है. और खान यूज़ बहुत अच्छी करता है LMG उसने, क्योंकि PMNC में बहुत ज़बरदस्त यूज़ की है. और उसका मतलब ग्रोजा और मतलब उसकी क्लोज में उसका सही याद फिट है ड्रॉप गन में. तो मैंने तो अभी तक यूज़ नहीं की.
LMG दो एस्पेक्ट्स में बड़ी अच्छी है. एक एस्पेक्ट तो ये है कि वो 7mm गन है, 7 पॉइंट जो उसकी बुलेट है वो उसकी गन है, डैमेज ज़्यादा है. और दूसरा ये कि उसका फायर रेट इन गेम चेंज कर सकते हो. आपने तेज़ फायर रेट पे चलानी है, स्लो फायर रेट पे चलानी है, तो ये एक अच्छा उसका फीचर है.
ये मजाक के अलावा अलादीन मैंने अभी तक यूज़ नहीं किया.
गन नई वाली अच्छी है यार, लेकिन M249 जो थी ना उसको मिस कर रहे हैं. जो सेम M249 उसका मजा नहीं रहा.
उसके जो पुराने मैकेनिक्स था उसको मिस कर रहे हैं जिस तरह पहले हुआ करती थी.
बिल्कुल.
Everyone, this is अलादीन. एक बार फिर से आपके साथ वापस आ चुका हूँ एक और इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल लेकर. इस सवाल में हम प्लेयर से पूछने वाले हैं कि उनके पास ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ है जिसको वो मानते हैं कि उनके पास सबसे एक्सपेंसिव रहेगी और उस चीज़ को लेकर वो फ्लेक्स भी करते हैं. तो चलिए इस सवाल का जवाब हम प्लेयर से ही जानते हैं.
सबसे महंगी चीज़ फ़ोन आप कह सकते हैं आईफोन दैट कॉस्ट अराउंड 1.5-2 lakhs पाकिस्तान में.
अभी सामने जो मोबाइल ही पड़ा हुआ है यही है 12 Pro Max है. मतलब और तुम कोई माइंड में नहीं आ रहा. सिस्टम भी है, PC भी है.
महंगी चीज़ हर गेमर के लिए तो उसका फ़ोन होता है. PC फ़ोन को मैं फ्लेक्स करता हूँ सारी ज़िंदगी.
सबसे महंगी चीज़ मेरी वाइफ है. यार नहीं है यार. बस वहाँ PC तक कट कर देना बस वो.
और अभी जो मैंने बनवाया है, मैंने अपना PC बनवाया है तो दैट कॉस्ट मी अराउंड 4 lakhs.
मेरी फैमिली
ये वो है विन डीजल. जी, तो कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग जवाबात हमें प्लेयर्स की तरफ से सुनने को मिले. कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल हमने भी उनसे पूछे. मजीद सवालों और मजीद जवाबों के साथ आपकी खिदमत में वापस आते रहेंगे. तब तक के लिए PMNC के साथ जुड़े रहिए.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro hashtag Woke Up Your Fun. As we head into Sanhok, Trooper. Now we've had that interesting, storylines building up. Team Bablu, picking up and they making that steady climb. Now in the second spot. Now from the first match till now, I think they've been phenomenal the way they've picked up the pace. Back-to-back chicken dinners, on for the hat-trick. Do you think it's possible?
Definitely, it's possible. The way Team Bablu is going, and even Zebian has not been showing the kind of colors we have seen from him inside the semi-finale and even the group stages. So that is going to be a team to watch out for. But I'll have my eyes on Team I8. I'll have my eyes on Team Freestyle. These two teams really need a chicken because apart from these two big guns, the other three have already got a chicken dinner fixes. So if you're going to pick either of the teams, either Freestyle or I8, who are you going to pick for a chicken inside Sanhok over here?
Right now I would really want I8 to get one for themselves, but it's going to be really difficult considering how they kind of drop off at such an eastern shoreline. Now, if the circle sort of goes into their direction, it is definitely going to help their cause. But apart from that, I do not know, man, because they've always been having that trouble while rotating, but this time. All right, Lost intended to drop on QWERTY, so we've got some spicy action coming in because I think last time it was Team QWERTY who took down Lost.
Yeah.
This time they've dropped off in their home, apparently to a sort of a similar treatment where one of their players has already been knocked out and finished off.
Just remind me once again, Fix, is this the last day of the national championship? No, right? This is the
No,
first.
it's
And
rivalry.
drops being contested over here on
I
day
love
number one.
this.
It's a big tournament to go. We've still got 3 days remaining, and this rivalry is going to build up with time. And let's see who's going to hurt who in the circumstances. I already see their live status as 63, so maybe Lost Esports have already lost a player over here, and Team QWERTY defending their home against Lost Esports. And remember, you were talking about the encounter these two had even after the game, and Lost Esports they really need to buck it up. And if they're going to make an impact, let's see what they're going to do.
Well, it's going to be interesting as to what they did because Lost again. I must stick to my words. They completely look lost. I do not know. If you come up challenging a team like QWERTY, you better come in with a plan, right? Three of the players dropping off at the center. Where Team QWERTY was so well prepared to tackle and fend them off. Now look at them. They're also looting at the same time. The destroyer getting the warehouse control. They've got better angles. What I would want Wolverine to do right now at this moment is try to kind of take a longer rotation and go towards the third rotation.
He's hearing
Towards
you.
that. Warehouse side, and exactly he's doing that, and this is really gonna help their cause because they're gonna completely sandwich them. But no, Wolverine is actually closing in. This might be a rather riskier move if he kind of goes in for the longer distance rotation. This will help in terms of getting angles because now Wolverine making all that noise. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Team QWERTY might just hear them out.
But Destroyer holding a flank angle as well. So look at how it's a chess game that Team QWERTY is playing right now. And Destroyer moving on to the second warehouse. So clearly they are trying to engrave, just like you said, like an amoeba, they are trying to engrave the entire squad over here for Lost Esports. Marsat, Clutch Wave, Wolf, they lost to the brilliance of Crypto in the last game. Let's see what they are going to sort of put up here. They really put themselves at the spot. The spotlight is on them. They picked up the podium finish right at the start of the Sanhok game in this fifth match. You just got to deliver now. Why are you here? You got to justify.
Yep, they certainly have to, and this is the kind of action that I really love, don't I? And I think you also do too.
Yeah,
So
certainly.
yeah, but taking a look at this circle, oh my god. This is what I was getting really worried about Team I8, right? Because as one of those teams that really tends to kind of take those longer routes, but from where now? Now the only way they can easily go in is through that waterways, but I do not know. I think they're not going to opt for it, so they've got to engage in a lot of battles now. I think after this tournament, they should really rethink their drop. But there you have it. Finally, the opening coming out, and Clutch Wave being picked off by Destroyer. This is where I think Team QWERTY would want to move in because I think Wolf has also been spotted as well.
Yeah, certainly, and this is not looking good shot. And look at that, the UMP in the close range. We know how deadly this weapon has become after the last update, and the way the players are using it is also amazing. And Lost Esports losing players back to
Oh.
back. Mursad, the last player standing now, his teammates getting assaulted over there. And how are you going to deal with this, my friend Mursad? Let's see. And the push is on the him, and God, he might just get caught off guard. No, he doesn't know they have to deploy multiple players. Pull down Mursad. Bye bye, Lost Esports out of the Sanhok game once again. But a team to watch out for, other than this team, QWERTY, is XGeneration, because the way the circle is shaping up, they are holding the higher ground on the Camp Alpha Island. I'm speaking of the big ridges on the Camp Alpha Island. They are under the control of Team XGeneration, and they look to hurt multiple teams inside the vicinity. We saw inside the kill feed as well that they were hurting the likes of Team Portuguese Sports over here. Just outside boot camp, we have got unpredictable also just lurking around over here.
Yep, we do. And well, lost again. Completely lost. I do not understand why you take it so personally right at the start of the finals, right? We need to understand. We need to look at the bigger picture now. Going against the likes of Team QWERTY. I mean, there has to be a thin line in making a really a ballsy play and making a very foolish move, and this was the latter. Because I mean, if I had to take down QWERTY, I would rather be just camping around that boot camp area, wait for them to come out, and then could have taken them down at their weakest when they were most vulnerable. But they did not opt for that. They really took things into their own hands, went right at their face, and could not even get a single casualty. In fact, got eliminated at the very last spot.
This is not what Lost Esports would have anticipated, and you have a clear idea that QWERTY drops inside boot camp. So you're just challenging one of the big guns inside the lobbies out there. And on the first day of a grand finale, we've got 3 more days to go. So if they're going to continue this, if they were to change their stars, I would really want them to continue. But other than that, I don't see any point over here. If they've taken this personally, the way they were decimated last time, I don't find that a good fight back, a good comeback for that reaction, I would say. But yep, certainly eliminated. Now you've got to find a different way to hit QWERTY if you want to, but not the way that you have tried over here. So let's see if they're going to come up with a better strategy with time. But for now, we have got the remaining 15 teams and 56 players still inside the Sanhok game. We had an early tussle, but
Oh, give it to Khan. I'm really sorry to cut you off, but give this mean machine to Khan 420. No, no, Zibyan. I think you do remember, Trooper, right?
I
How
do, I do.
explosive Khan gets on that MG3. Maybe they're just collecting it for him, but either ways, this is exactly the circle that they love to dominate.
Certainly, and they would really be in a very advantageous position considering the fact that they are closing this the bridge over there. Look at where Bablu are stationed right now. They've crossed the river. They are on the Camp Alpha Island already, and the amount of rotations coming in from that southern edge of the circle, it's going to be a very crucial spot. And look at the number of players. If they get all players, it's almost like a chicken in a point for them.
Well, it certainly can. Now, the only concern with me over here is where is the circle gonna shift towards the end game? Because with this Western Shift, if you kind of take control over that shrine area, that is definitely gonna help you. But we have always seen it time and again. The circle sort of shifts away towards that eastern side, maybe towards Camp Alpha. Either way, Team Bablu is actually making that push on towards Portal Esports, where we've got Joker on really low HP, who apparently has healed himself up, but Nocto, still being one with the nature, hasn't really given his position away as of now.
And clearly, and they did not have this compound under control, and the area where they were surviving was sort of in a threat position from the players from this compound, and that is why you see them not doing the gatekeeping and just making sure that they clear the vicinity completely. But getting close to the higher ridges, yeah, that is also going to bring in Team XGeneration into the equation. So let's see if they're going to find and get some third-party shots in this area or not. But for now, Team Bablu, they are. Who do you think Fixers can go with this fight? Team Bablu or both of these sports? Big names, both of them. 4v4 situation. It's going to be very difficult to choose, to be really honest.
Indeed, it will be. But I mean, right now, I think with the momentum that Team Bablu has, I'm definitely gonna go for them because they've been looking so confident with all their fights. And PMNC Esports, well, what really happened last game? Gonna see things out, right? Now, Team Bablu again heading in, but Joker just hiding beside this Tesla. This beautiful vehicle has been spotted off. I think to that little gap it had, but Team Wolf has been taken down by Nocto, who apparently goes in for Khan 420, but the nades are being cooked up and it's going to be lobbed in any single moment now. Nocto hasn't really changed his position, which sort of can be devastating as, all Team Bablu, and what is really hindering them from going in for the push is basically Team Wolf being knocked out. Now, Mom2 has done a really sneaky revive job onto which Joker, and Joker will be back at full HP. But does he have enough armor though? That's the question.
And the problem for Nocto and Portal Esports is they cannot station themselves outside the house on the different part, because then XGeneration would come into the equation as well. So they're just trying to stay inside the wooden cover for as long as possible. And it is sort of a very difficult position they are putting themselves in, because Team Bablu will keep on pressing. They've got 1 kill already in the form of Insane now, and they're going to deploy all the utilities that they have to create an opening. And after that happens, you might just see a all gun blazing full force push coming in inside that compound. But they are also got to keep an eye behind themselves, because they are on the slope, so they just are just holding up that risk of getting caught off guard as well. So the mollies and the nades, they have got to be deployed at this point, and let's see how they are going to do that.
I mean, right now, Team Bablu should start engulfing Team Portal like an amoeba. Because if they cannot get that better angle, but this is what I think they're worried about, right? Getting third-partied. Now, if the players of XGeneration do spot them out, then Team Bablu might just be in there for a beating. So they're being really careful with their approach. But again, another nade being just thwarted off onto its Mom2's direction. He sort of manages to stay alive. But there has to be one point where Team Bablu sort of decides to push in, because every single utility that they're throwing at Portal Esports' way, they've been dodged. But Crypto, oh my dear lord.
A big cannon being shut down over there. So that's sad to see. But yes, part of the game, Crypto goes down, and Johnny sort of takes the trade over there for the players of team I8 over there. But that squad clearly losing the trick, losing players. But this is not a good situation for Team Bablu. You're wasting a good amount of time fighting onto the ridges. So they did try to put a molly on that window to make sure if they can close in from this angle. And you really got to commit for a decision at this point, because lurking around a compound on the slopes can just change in a matter of seconds. If the team spots you that open from the back, they can certainly backstab you. And Team Bablu should really need either they can disengage, but no, finally they decide to push it and jump on that team from Wolf over here. He goes in, gives some damage, but goes out eventually. But this is the problem. They have not deployed all the players, and now they're just coming one after the other. This is not a good push coming in from Team Bablu, and they're falling one after the other. Now the last guy is also there, but he makes sure that he clutches on to both the players. How did 420 do this? He clutched on to both the players over there. The last two players standing in front of him, both Mom2 and his teammate, and Team Bablu somehow by with the skin on their teeth, they just get away. And 1v2 executed by him over there. I did not expect it to happen. What a game coming in from Team Bablu.
What? I'll get back to that later, but right now Quantum Rage, they're on a killing spree of their own, completely feeling themselves. Now Adele, he is trying to push on towards Mage, who apparently is making a run for his life over there. Does find that bike over there, and he's kind of thinking if I should go for it or not. But either way, Death Squad, they are dishing at death from behind. Now Crypto did fall off, and I think Team I8 again were outplayed. I'll tell you how. Three of the players went up, and the Crypto was just being the anchor. But he sort of did not anticipate that Death Squad has got one of those players waiting just especially for him. And after that, his teammate also followed up. But what really happened with Team Bablu, which I really felt was a very, very bad push. And okay.
But it was sort of a statement, right? If Crypto can do it in Erangel, one can do it in Sanhok, right? And he just saved his team over there. He literally saved his team. They went to Vigo because it was really, really bad push to be, just like you mentioned, fixes. But they got away with it. And
Somehow.
that's the good. Somehow they got away with it, but now the problems don't finish pretty well. The team QWERTY holding up the high ground very close to the area where they just executed that elimination for the team over there. And how are they going to deal with this situation is going to be a different story.
Oh my goodness, what is going on? But because I really liked how Portal Esports went in for the defense, right? I do not know what really went wrong for them. Maybe their players their last two players sort of lined up for Team Bablu because Joker was pretty low and he got taken down. So the last two players were surviving and they were going in, but Khan 420, which is that prolific spray. And I mean, I'm pretty sure he himself could not believe he had pulled off something like that. But right now, well, Teen Wolf and Khan 420 just beside Mage, who's apparently just sneaking in, who's just wanting to stay anonymous. But does Teen Wolf have the information? Because if he does not, he's just knocking at the death's doors. And Mage apparently has given away his position. Eventually, we'll just knock him and finish him off before he even realizes that. And takes a plunge inside the water.
Wow.
What is going on?
It's a comedy of errors, to be really honest. And look at Bablu, Team's teammate. He's just sitting, not giving away anything right now. He's not interested in that. He was not sort of interested in that stance. But look at what Maze is finding over here. This found the entire squad of freestyle swimming out there. They're going to get hunted, pinned down, respect. Not even knocked down, not even gets knocked down over there. Instantly gets eliminated. And Maze can just continue the good work that he's doing for his team right now.
What is happening? Why is it happening like this? I mean, how often do you see this zone being formed off? And Team Bablu, well, Zibian, he might just in for another treat because you've got Mage looking at him, watching him over there. Now, Khan 420 decides to push along with him, and Mage is like, okay, guys, I'm done. I'm just gonna get out of over here, and well, he's just gonna head and meet his friends. But before he does that, I think it was Team Bablu who did get their own sweet revenge. But now Team Bablu can get a lot more kills because now freestyle, they're right in front of them. But Team Star, they've been pretty consistent in this one as well with 3 kills.
And it also gets picked off so early. We were expecting a chicken dinner for them fixers, so sadly they have not been able to deliver. This first day is sort of not gone the way I would have expected for themselves. It's more like their performance inside the semi-final stage as well. We were always anticipating some good work for them, but clearly they could not come up with their best colors. And once again in early elimination. But right now, look at how Team Star have pinned down both these teams over here. Even Freestyle and the likes of Team Bablu over there. It's not a very good position for even Team Bablu, and they got to deal with it now, and it's going to be very difficult for them. Let's see what they're going to come up with. But look at what Freestyle is doing right now.
Okay, all right. So Zibian is apparently scouting, and maybe Khan might just go in for the kills, but no, it's Fury who gets the better out of it, and Khan has been taken off, and Zibian also having been spotted out, did come in fact come outside for some oxygen, and this has to be one of those most insane circles of Sanhok. And ladies and gentlemen, we find out in the Pakistan region was this alright, he preferred drowning rather than getting picked off again. Smart coming in from Zibian, but taking a look at this zone, Team Unpredictable, well, completely just covering Haten up. They're looking so comfortable in that particular situation. Man, Quantum Rage, I think they do want to engage against the likes of XGeneration, which is that one squad.
Even after that emphatic performance from Khan Fodundio, just settle down for those 6 points, and we've got the remaining 19th part of this encounter over here inside the game number 5 for the day. Quantum Raids getting some good kills already. They've got 4 kills under the belt. They've just lost 1 player, that is Oreo, during all this, and they're finding themselves in a good sweet spot inside the city as well for this 5th circle. It really looks good for them. They just got to make sure to sort of patrol this entire edge and the city of Harden, and they might just get some good kills out here.
Yeah, Of course, 100%. Now, Death Squad, they've been eliminated. And Quantum Rage. I mean, wow. A Cinderella story for these lads, the way they've been playing, right? Every single time they come in, and they've been getting that perfect balance between kills, between positions. Uh, so, as a result of which, they've sort of maintained their first spot, even with just that one chicken freestyle. Also getting eliminated at the 8th spot. Not the best of position points is what they're going to receive, but QWERTY still in fighting contention. And well, just that one player surviving free. But the question remains, how long has Vance barely escaped of his team still over there?
Really was survives over there. He's going to get that opportunity to run that person and run for the cover that he was intended to going earlier. But look at that, XGeneration get eliminated. They had a really decent position at the start of this game, so they haven't converted it into a big opening in this game. So really not a good performance coming in from XGeneration once again inside the Sanhok game. Even they were exited quite early inside the Miramar game as well. So I'm really not impressed with the kind of performance XGeneration is putting up over here. But Quantum Rage is sort of writing a completely different story. Look at that. Just in a span of 11 minutes out there, they've got 4 more kills. And now they are the tally for Quantum Rage is up to 8 kills.
Yep, indeed, it is. Now, Star, they're also, putting up numbers on board the way they've been playing. They've been doing pretty good, to be honest. Now, Team Star trying to close in right in front of unpredictabl. They are. And MK, well, let's see as to what they're up to, because unpredictabl right now has the best position inside the circle. You talk about Quantum Rage, they have the players in the best form. They're all popping off, and I think what a Quantum Rage would be wanting to root on is a fight between Star and unpredictabl right now. Star definitely are carrying forward the momentum that they've obtained in this particular match. 8 kills already. If they can get one good knock, I think they're going in with the push. But Team QWERTY, they've been eliminated at the 5th spot.
And how did he manage to reach inside the city, Wolverine? And that's completely a mystery to me, because the kind of position he was holding up in that shack, there was a lot of open ground that he had to cover and make an appearance inside the city, which he beautifully did, but eventually gets pulled off just on the edge of the city over there. So clearly some good work once again coming in from Wolverine. But now we have got all the 4 lads of unpredictabl. This is a team that were looking really good during the semi-finale and sort of has fizzled out during the first 4 matches over here. So they really need a big opening in this last and final game. And clearly that is the kind of opening I'm talking about. That big nade coming in from Shout. He's now looking to complete that kill over Vaz with the secondary, with a follow-off nade, but just overcooking it a little bit. But the 15 points that they are eyeing can be an icing on the cake. Clearly, they've already got 6 kills under the belt. They've got to deal with Team Star right now. Quantum Rage with just 2 players out there, I think it's going to be a difficult situation for them. But what do we have here for fixes? Urban finish inside a Sanhok game that really happens.
Really, which apparently was looking like a water circle, a few seconds ago. But Weekend again, somehow he's managed to make it inside the top 3. Quantum Rage off to again another really good game, but unpredictabl and Star still yet to lock horns. And Weekend, he's gonna feel so bad because he's being absolutely decimated from 2 sides. Now he's somehow survived that one grenade, but Cyrock is gonna throw one more. But I think that's gonna be missing him by miles. But what about this one? An hour, right? Finally does the job. I mean, it was still far, but had he had a little bit more HP, could have maybe survived. But either ways, 3rd position exit with 9 kills. Again, a spectacular performance by these lads.
Look at the standoff. 4v4 in a city. Oh wow! I
In
love
Sanhok.
this. In Sanhok, and they're just clearing the angles with the smoke right now, not allowing the TBP to come into the play. So clearly, Star are looking to aggress over here. This is a 4v4 situation, mind you, and they are in a pretty good spot right now. But the zone just behind them, they got to move ahead, and that is exactly what they are doing. They've got a lot of cover to play with. I hope they have the adequate amount of utility to deal with the situation as well. Look at the left peak on Hunter. He's just peeked it over there. That hard peak comes into the play, but he's just getting as much information as he can. But Dread so far behind this blue container. He's also looking in a good spot just with that right peak, but the nade is falling so close to him. He's taking the damage from the blue zone as well, but somehow gets away from the situation over there. So unpredictable, they are being pinned down. The aggressors are Team Star over here. Let's see how unpredictable is going to deal with this situation now.
Oh, it's going to be so interesting. But right now, again, a stalemate in this one particular fight. Is it going to be the circle that decides the fate of both these teams? Now, that's a question, because right now they're not making a lot of movements. No one wants to crest through. Everyone wants their first chicken dinner shroud. However, being the ballsy man, going in for the push, entering into the enemy side of territory over here as Team Star, they're just all getting up well prepared to deal with Team Unpredictable. Oh, MK did want to pull up those little shenanigans, but eventually has to take that longer route. Finally, the zone shrinking in, and this is where hell hat breaks loose as finally Rex right out in the open, just trying to take a few shots. It's MK, however, who finds the first knock. Now, still, Team Star does have all their 4 players surviving now against Team Unpredictable, who are apparently falling down one after the other. Dread being one of those last few survivors, along with Shroud. He's got to make sure that he gets the job done. Now, they've done a really spectacular job in evening out the numbers. Now, Dread again having that high ground advantage. And why on earth are Star even engaging against them from a lower ground? I cannot understand that, Trooper.
Ooh, and the first hit, the heal battle might just come into the equation now. Strong coming in because he's hurting those players out there on a very important dog. This is the last player from the He's been pulled down over here. We got another clutch. The BC inside the final circle inside, and Team Unpredictable. They just go away. They just run away with those 15 points. They pull down Team Star, and it looks like that they've been doing the right thing over there. It's like the final moments. What an amazing clutch moment coming in and just decimating. Team Star did not anticipate this to happen with them.
What? What a day! What a day so far, and we still have one more game. But Unpredictable completely living up to their names, the way they have played in this game. It was genius, right? Even Star. But the only problem I had with Star was, why on earth were they taking fight from down below? You do know that Dread had that higher ground advantage for himself. And I think it was a 4v2 situation, and Star instantly lost 2 of their players. Of course, the MVP will definitely go to Zyrog, considering how he played in this one particular game. But then again, Trooper, you gotta say it, because they opted for that healing battle, which was indeed a right choice, a right option. But there was no one, protecting that one play. And all Red knew that he's got this moment to shine, and he absolutely just went in like a madman and sprayed down on towards his remaining 2 players, eventually, securing the chicken for his team.
Wow. It just refreshes so much, so many memories out there, the way the seal battle went down over here. But Star Zyrog, yep, he's got the damage 757, and clearly that is the reason why he's the most valuable player for this team. And they would really feel that they out. Look at Red, that madman run coming in. There were 2 players deployed for the safety of the heat battle over there, but the way he ran in like a train over there just wrecked them up completely. Team Star falling down inside the final circle, but Unpredictable yet again, a team that got 3 chicken dinners in the group stages. They got 3 or 2 inside the semi-finale stages, and they have managed to get a chicken dinner inside the opening day of the grand finale of the PUBG Mobile National Championship. And this is exactly what they wanted to do here. Unpredictable, they certainly have picked up the absolutely correct word for the team name, and that is what they are pulling off over here.
Wow. I think both these teams, right, Team Star and Team Unpredictable, they played amazingly well. But then again, this entire matchup was so interesting. We had action every single moment. Now the big guns, they kind of had to stay away from this one, because, like I said, Sanhok is where things get so unpredictable, right? No matter how much you try, no matter how good you are, if the zone does not favor you, you're basically done. And that is what happened with the majority of the big teams. So many at the bottom 8. We've got the likes of freestyle. We've got even I8, Portal Esports being present over here. Now, this sort of brings my conversation along down to Team QWERTY and Team Lost. This one rivalry brewing up during the finals. What is your take on that?
See, Team QWERTY is a team that is is in a different league completely from Team Lost, to be really honest. And I wasn't expecting Team Lost to drop inside boot camp. No one actually was, but clearly it just backfired on Team Lost Esports completely. So they just got to figure out, I think, a different way if they really want to hurt Team QWERTY. You got to strategize it. You cannot just do it on spot by jumping onto their drop location. You're going to get decimated, and that is exactly what QWERTY did to them over here. And inside the Oppo F19 Pro Moments League, are going to have a look at it once again. And no player, they could not even take down one player, and the entire squad got decimated over there.
Yep, that did happen. And, again, this is one of those other pushes, right? We're talking about Mom2. He held his ground so well, but look at how he just got wiped out.
That was an AK, and it's one of my favorite guns inside the shooting game aspect, and I absolutely love what the AK does inside the PUBG mobile game as well. And clearly, we saw an AK action coming in from Joker inside the last Erangel final circle, and this was a domination coming in from Khan and from that AK. But this moment from Shroud, we were praising Fred, but this was Shroud, right? And what did he pull off? Amazing. That was a train wreck situation for Team Shroud.
And they really came out on top, right? I mean, the way Team Unpredictabl just played that one around, I think even that sort of reflects in the damage graph. But Star having the highest damage, kills are equalized in terms of Unpredictabl and Star. Both these teams played really well. But Quantum Rage, Trooper, how consistent? I mean, we've witnessed 5 games and 5 almost top threes, because the last one before this was sort of ended in top 4, but again in contention. And look at the points that they've amassed. Look at the lead that they're building up, 91 points. And where are the big guns, sitting at 73, 70, 48? So we're seeing that segregation right in the very first day.
We really are, and Team Bablu, you got to buckle up if you want the PMPL slot. You're in the race, but you're just missing out. And look at how far is Freestyle missing out after 5 matches, 19 points. What has gone wrong with them? They really got to regroup, and after this day, they got a lot of homework to deal with. But clearly, Freestyle is missing out the trick over here. Even the likes of Team Sky was expecting a better performance from them. Even North Esports, TMW, XGeneration, these are teams we were expecting to bounce back at this grand stage. $30,000 at stake, and clearly not the way they have actually utilized this opportunity over here.
But yeah, of course. I mean, not the best kind of a start for the likes of Freestyle, because you would expect bigger things from them. But this is taking a look at the team stats. We've got Shroud, Trex, Dread, everyone sort of delivering, and they've still kind of played just 5 matches together. It's just Dread with 3, so not really in their favor. But yeah, I think considering how the remainder of their performances have been, I think this was a very good effort from these lads. Now, if they sort of maintain this, I think we're in for a treat. If not the top 3, I would love to see them ending somewhere around the top 5 at least. But we still have 3 more days and even one more game to go before we close things off today. But before that, we're going to be heading for a shuttle break, because coming right after is the final game of Erangel.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG मोबाइल का रियल मजा सिर्फ जोंग 4G पर. Let's get digital.
हेलो एवरीवन, दिस इज तरादीन और वेलकम करते हैं आपको नो योर चैंपियन। हमारे पास मौजूद है टीम बबलू के प्लेयर खान 420 को वेलकम करते हैं और इनसे कुछ सवाल जवाब पूछते हैं। तो खान, आपसे पहला सवाल मेरा ये रहेगा कि टीम की कंसिस्टेंसी का राज क्या है? आप लोग जितने भी टूर्नामेंट्स खेलते हैं, टीम बबलू जो है वो उसमें हमेशा कंसिस्टेंट होती है, तो इसके पीछे राज क्या है?
हमारा ये है कि हम मोस्टली गन फाइट्स को अवॉइड करते हैं अर्ली और हम जोन के लिए जाते हैं। तो यही है बस कि हम फाइट्स इतनी नहीं लेते और हम जोन के लिए जाते हैं, प्रेफर जोन करते हैं।
मतलब आप बंदे लूज नहीं करते और आप उसकी वजह से लास्ट सर्कल्स में आ जाते हैं।
लास्ट जोन हम 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग रहते हैं।
अब बिल्कुल ये एक स्ट्रैटेजी जो है वो आपके फैंस को भी आपसे जो है वो सीखनी चाहिए। खैर, अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं कि बबलू ओन्स द मिरामार, ये कितना इसमें जो है वो सच्चाई है और ये चीज़ किस तरह से शुरू हुई?
हमारा ये है कि हम हमेशा मिरामर में डिनर निकालते हैं और मिरामर हमारा बहुत कंसिस्टेंट जाता है विद किल्स, सो दैट्स व्हाई।
ठीक है, चले अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं कि आप क्या अपना जो है वो टीम में एडजस्ट होना कितना मुश्किल रहा है टीम के साथ? लाइक आप एक नए प्लेयर रहे हैं इस टीम के अंदर। टीम बबलू जो है वो काफ़ी अरसे से जो फॉर्म हुई हुई थी, सो आपको कितनी मुश्किल आई है इस टीम में एडजस्ट होने में?
मेरा इतना मुश्किल नहीं था क्योंकि मेरा जो रोल है वो सपोर्ट का है। तो मैं ज़िबियान के साथ पीछे सपोर्ट में रहता हूँ, जब वो फ्लैगिंग करते थे मैं उसके साथ सपोर्ट में रहता हूँ। तो मेरे लिए इतना मुश्किल नहीं था, बस यही था कि वो उनकी स्ट्रेटजी समझने में थोड़ा टाइम लगा, लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह भी सब कुछ सही जा रहा है।
चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ जाएंगे हम कि कोई चेंजेस करने वाले हैं आप अपनी स्ट्रैटेजीज में अपने ड्रॉप में फाइनल्स के अंदर?
नहीं, हम बस यही स्ट्रेटजीज मास्टर करेंगे फाइनल्स तक।
ठीक है, आखिरी सवाल आपसे रहेगा कि टीम बबलू जो है वो किस तरह से टीम्स को रीड करती है, किस तरह से वो ये चीज़ रियलाइज़ करती है कि सामने वाली टीम्स उनकी जो है वो क्या करने वाली है?
हम मोस्टली उनके ड्रॉप लोकेशंस देखते हैं, किधर उतरते हैं, फिर उनकी रोटेशन देखते हैं, वो किधर से रोटेट करते हैं, बाद में सब मिलकर कॉल कर। तो यही है कि बस उनकी रोटेशन रीड कर दे और उनके ड्रॉप लोकेशन किधर उतरते हैं, कौन सी टीम।
अगर आप होमवर्क कर रहे हैं सामने वाली टीम्स को, चाहे वो उनको उनके बारे में जान पहचान जो पूरी रख रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से आपको ऑब्वियसली फ़ायदा ज़रूर होगा। खैर, अब बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया दोस्तों, ये थे हमारे साथ टीम बबलू से खान 420, जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे, उनकी टीम के बारे में जाना, उनकी स्ट्रैटेजीज़ के बारे में जाना। मज़ीद सवालों के साथ, मज़ीद प्लेयर्स के साथ आपकी खिदमत में हम आते रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग PMNC को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And well, we're in for the finals, and we are witnessing a delight from all these teams, the way they are performing. Trooper, the final Erangel of the evening and the last match as well. What are we expecting?
Well, once again, we got to look out for how Freestyle and I8 are going to finish off the first day of the grand finale, because these are the big guns, right? And they've clearly not got the chicken dinner so far as well. And yeah, I8 is still there inside the top 5, but clearly a big difference that the team of Quantum Range and QWERTY have created over them. That is exactly what you were mentioning. But other than this, we got to see how the underdogs, the teams that we were looking out for at the earlier half of the day, are going to finish off proceedings for the day as well. Teams like North Esports, teams like TMW, we saw them on the wrong side of the leaderboard. So let's see how these 4 teams, these are going to be the 4 teams I'm going to keep an eye on in this game.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, me too, 100%. Because the way things have gone over here, with the way, Star has picked up the pace, you've got Unpredictable, of course, getting a chicken dinner, and Team Bablu getting 2. So much interesting storylines that we've got ourselves built up for. But I think today, Shining Stars will definitely be the ones, Quantum Rage, the table topper, sitting at 91 points. And the question remains, over here, Trooper, is are they gonna invade that 100 points mark? Are they gonna get it for themselves? Because all they have to do is get 9 points. I think they've been averaging around 20 plus points every single game. Now, if they sort of do this time as well, I think I mean, we're looking at some really, really good numbers. And if they sort of maintain this for the next 3 days and do not crumble down to the pressure, we might be looking at a new champion.
Certainly, and we would be casting them inside the PMPL in the upcoming PMPL. But can is Team Cody going to allow that? Is Team Bablu going to allow that? Or I8 and Freestyle going to allow that passage for Quantum Race? That is what we are going to witness, and this is going to be a defining game for all these teams that are sort of chasing Quantum Race. The kind of approach and attitude you're going to show in this game is going to matter a lot in how you're going to come back for tomorrow, and I'm going to keep an eye on with this southern tilt in the flight path. It's going to be very interesting where the circle goes. I would just one military circle to end off proceedings on day number one.
Well, I mean, the waitings are going, the waitings have started. It has been so spectacular, every single game. Now, you're talking about new starts. We definitely have to urge our viewers to not forget to subscribe to the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia channel. It's been completely brand new and, added benefit. You're going to get some extra rewards for doing that. So, yeah, might as well do that. And all the latest updates in the realms of PUBG Mobile, you're going to get over there only. So, do not forget to sub to the channel, and yeah, of course, like and share to the stream. But again, before we get started, I really have to thank our network partners Song4G for making it all happen. Now every single time you are having a tough network or maybe a tough zone like this one, you gotta make sure you call up the lads from Song4G. They're gonna be that easy ones to fix for your problems. So taking a look at this particular circle looks very QWERTyish, but at the same time, I think other teams also might benefit.
But look at where Lost Esports have dropped in. Georgepur City and that extended city, and they're finding some neighbors, some unfriendly neighbors out there. So a lot of big rotations would be coming in inside the first circle over there. But oh, look at this! So vehicle actually incoming. Card on the wrong side of the vehicles over there, and Team XGeneration getting a bonus point for themselves, and now they're going to move towards. They're going to cross the city of Kuching and maybe towards the area of Mansion, and let's see where they're going to loot up eventually. But Lost Esports have found Death Squad over here, and already I think there's been a player that was knocked down from Death Squad. Let's see if it's been revived or not. But multiple teams that are going into fight. This is Wolverine getting into a fight once again, and let's see how Team Cody is going to deal with this. Clearly, they are not in a very good shape out there, but they're getting multiple fights out there, and they really aren't anywhere close to the Pubg.
They indeed aren't. But Khan, like you said, ouch. I mean, this is something that QWERTY never anticipated, right? The IGL just getting picked off right off the bat, and it's going to be such a nightmare for them. But yeah, I mean, the only consolation is they have one kill of their own. Now, Voltrax does need some assistance in traversing down to their drop location. And another good thing, so since Khan is not there, they can these three players can have more loot in Lipovka. The only shining thing.
So Khan would really not be happy listening to that, to be really honest. But yeah, they are going to get their hands on a little loot inside Lipovka. With three players looting it, I think it's going to be a very adequate amount of loot for three players. But yeah, whenever an entire squad does drop inside Lipovka, I really feel it does not have the loot for the entire squad over there. So that is why you see sometimes Destroyer or even Wolverine fall into that split situation and loot those extra bit of compounds very close to the Lipovka city as well. But let's see how they're going to play this game, because clearly they have a good reason to rotate early because they're moving towards the top location as well. And the eastern shore is right inside the first circle as well. So at some point or the other, all these teams fighting towards the western shore as well. They got to rotate. So clearly, that early rotation is going to help Team Cody. They've just lost Khan over there, but the three players are good enough to carry the team forward for a good amount of points, and that is exactly what they're hunting for. But keep an eye on other teams as well. Teams like Team Bablu, teams like IA, teams like Pizza, and they are also hunting down for a good amount of points here in this last and final game. And let's see what they're going to pull off.
I want to see what are they up to, but right now we've got a scuffle. That squad going up against Team Lost over here, and taking a look at Vash. It's going to be tricky as to how he's gonna position himself in this particular situation. You've got Unknown trying to close in on the gaps, and well, this is where he might lock horns against Exotic, but it's again going to be Ash who gets that knock and now is in for the push. But Marshid is still standing tall. But there you have those, flanks being formed over there. Clutch Wave doing some hefty amount of damage. Now, if Ash is sort of complacent about that longer rotation by the players over here, he might be in a whole world of trouble. But lost. They've also, lost one of those players down, and they're gonna get that rest back up. But look at Hadi. Such a long rotation. What on earth is he even thinking?
I think they've lost the cause as well of why they are here, and they're clearly taking some early fights way too early in each and every map. The opposition does not matter, but Lost Esports falling into these early fights after each and every game, and now they've picked off a kill over here, but clearly they're not looking in a very good spot, to be really honest. The full circle has started closing in. Look at the amount of mids and the utilities we have Believe holding right now. A shotgun on his left shoulder and a blue zone just behind his back. Team Lost Esports is really not looking in a very good position in that fight. But look at Team Bablu on the other hand. They're just crossing a scout, just making sure open space for all the other teammates out there. They're just moving away from this area because they know that they're not going to ripe a lot of fruits out here.
Yeah, they're not gonna reap, definitely. 100%. At the same time, I mean, gotta feel bad for Clutch Wave, right? Both these teams, one thing for sure, do not have a lot of loot, right? Do not have their ideal loot that they would want to be, again, coming inside this fight. And again, this urban fight is something that you should tend to avoid because so many areas, so many nooks and crannies that you need to be aware of. And especially when the zone is against you, it sort of does not favor both of them. Look at Leon, for God's sake. Does have that crossbow still.
So, look at that.
No helmet, no armor.
And the blue zone is here.
Not a backpack either.
Wow, it's really really a bad situation. I'm just getting a phrase, but in a different language completely. I'm not going to say that, to be really honest. But both these two teams are struggling here, and I don't know why. What are you fighting for, Lost Esports out here? And is it the kill points that you're eyeing, or is it some change in strategies that you're trying to execute over here? But clearly wasting on some crucial time over here, and that is clearly not looking good. Look at that Ironside battle, but a good knock.
Beautiful.
Yeah, a good knock coming in from the line. Leon just creating that opening. Now we have Ash here. Are they going to go in for the push? This might just not be what Lost Esports was anticipating at this time.
Yeah, definitely, because now Ash is also starting to close in, even Hadi from the back lines. Now Leon did not have any kind of meds, and I believe he still does not, but Marsid definitely does. Now Believe, I think he's given away his position. All right, he's got a canted side. Oh, he's gonna stick to that crossbow, and he's just fighting death. And Leon would want to have another angle for himself, but both these squads, like you said, objective, right? What's the objective? They do not know right now. All they know is they gotta get themselves out of here alive, and that does not really seem likely to happen because apparently they haven't been able to find any sort of vehicles. But Ash again finding this knock on towards Believe will get traded off by Unknown. And at this moment, you either need to engage or completely disengage because not doing either is sort of not really helping your cause. Now, Leon and Hadi, two players, they have decided to back off, but Leon does not really have the best of HP. It's just 4 first bandages to survive on. He had a buggy. I think Hadi has spotted that one out. This is their only route for their escape, and I think they are gonna go for it. All Leon needs to do is just try and patch himself up because Hadi, he pretty much looks to be on really low HP and finally gets there. It's so much more interesting. It's like that action-packed thriller movie when you sort of are forced to contemplate whether or not the hero survives.
But what is the point of fighting over there? What was the point of fighting over there for Lost Esports?
You spoiled it. You spoiled it. I mean, come on, nothing else was happening, right?
Oh my god. But yeah, consider the tournament, right? Because even Death
Yeah.
Squad fighting over there and Lost Esports, the way they committed themselves, right? The important thing that you said that they needed to disengage, right? But the way Lost Esports was trying to enter back into the fight, just forcing themselves in compound once again. They had those squad houses on the other side of the road that they could have moved towards if they wanted to disengage. But the idea of disengage was clearly absent when you consider Lost Esports. They wanted to go all, and what would go wrong, right? They're already on the 16th spot. I really don't like that kind of a
Oh.
mindset, to be really honest. But here we have a different area of the map that different fights are being executed, and XGeneration right here in front of us, they have been successfully able to hurt the lads of Team Bablu, who have just lost a teammate over here, and towards the Nova Reployer Bridge, that's a Team I8 that is sort of hunting down the lads of Team NV.
All right, so got Brenda just making sure he explodes this vehicle, and this is the first time I think I'm witnessing I8 with their full numbers up until now. Now Shroud, after that humongous clutch that he pulled off in Sanhok, has fallen down in a really petty manner. As NFP Sky this time, they're going after Dread after maybe taking down Shroud because they apparently know he's basically a corner at this point of time if his teammates do not respond back. Dread does have a really good cheeky angle, but how much can he do? I think the man who can create all the difference has to be Rex.
He certainly can, and this is a team that sort of made a really good impression inside the last game as well, but clearly missing out the trick inside this Erangel encounter. But Maxi Sports, we are watching them in a completely different path. They're getting some kills for themselves. Let's see how they're even going to move ahead from this position. But Quantum Rage also just lurking around, holding the northern side of the prison area. Cubicle compound, I believe that Quantum Ray is holding right now, and that's
Yeah.
going to be a very important position considering the circle here. And we've got multiple teams just sort of clustering around that compound, but still, all the 16 teams are alive. Even Lost Esports and Death Squad have managed to get some players inside the circle over here, and I would just want to find out where they are, but they might just still be outside in the blue. But clearly, all the 16 teams are still alive in this game.
Well, they indeed are, but right now, a lot of them, are just with, one or two players alive. Oh, can we have some Fs in the chat, please? If everyone just spam Fs. This is it. I'm done, Trooper. I'm done.
I almost could have cursed over there, lucky for me, I have that self control over my tongue. But what a shift of the circle over there. There's a small little rock inside that water over there, just towards the northern side of the Novo containers. Do you feel like the circle might shift towards there?
I mean, why not? Why not? Because I love that. Indeed, I would want that. I think even our viewers would want that. Let us know in the chat section. And while you're at there, do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Really helps with you being updated with all the tournaments that are yet to come. But now, taking a look at the situation we have in front of us, we've got XGeneration. Well, this was one of those teams, that kind of gets popping off really early on. They get quite a lot of kills, but again, positioning has always been their only cause to worry about. So today's homework for them is to come in and survive for longer duration tomorrow.
And be prepared for unusual circles. That is also an extra task that they can do. But clearly, look at this. Destroyer, he is just lying prone inside the open spaces, trying to hurt Max Esports out there. Those stab shots effectively landing onto the lads over there, hunting them. And they really need some regrouping to do at this point. And they're getting some good information out there from this position towards the edge, because clearly a lot of teams would be rotating towards the shore area. And let's see, we're going to find some teams inside the water as well in no time. And it's going to be chaotic. It's really going to be chaotic.
I mean, a lot of fishes in the water, a lot of people sinking inside the ocean. A lot of things might just happen. And well, I mean, I8. Look at them. They're just playing from the peripheries, from the edges of these little hills. And Uzum, interestingly, has an M24. but Wolverine is the one who's getting a few knocks here and there. So, well, Team QWERTY did not have the best start. They lost out on Khan. After that, they've done a decent job in recovering. Now they are in a collision course against the players of Max. This is a well-tossed grenade. How on earth did that not explode?
I don't know. I don't know what perfect trajectory on that nade. He just got that nade inches away from the rocks over there, landed right onto the top of the head of the two players from Max Esports. I was anticipating two knocks from that nade. It's a beautiful, beautiful nade out there, but clearly something went wrong over there inside the last second over there, and both the players survived.
Yeah, they both and completely unscathed, not really being touched
Miracle,
upon.
miracle.
The gods of PUBG, I must say you. But despite that fact, Team QWERTY at this particular moment need to understand this match is really important for them. Considering the points that they're sort of lacking out, they need to get it back. They need to be at least in that 10-15 points difference range, because from what I can really see, Quantum Rage has lost one of their players. So not a really good start, but the other teams should capitalize upon it. Now look at the formation. Destroyer is in a different planet of his own, right? In no way in a range to provide cover fire, because he's at the lower ground. So it's going to be really tricky for him to hold that position, and I'm really keen to see as to how they're going to exactly pull this one off.
Well, it's going to be difficult for them, but the next shift of the zone sort of landing towards the land area, so that is going to be a respite for all the 14 teams that are alive, and the two teams that have been eliminated really had their share part of the screen time over there inside Georgiapol City, and now they are not part of this. Towards the southern part of Milta over here. Look at where NB Apso is. Did you hear me and took me seriously out there? No, bro. I wasn't sort of predicting the zone. Where were you headed?
I don't know what is going on. I mean, this is insane, right? The way these teams are playing, the way the zones are forming. We've got Lost, who finally have gotten down, and the same with their squad. Both these squads not being able to stay alive, but Team Max, they are dishing out some hefty amount of damage over here. As Rahi is actually going in for the push, and Team Star, they've got to somehow live. They've got to somehow survive. It's going to be Jin God against the war, whole world. And he's been taken down. The last surviving player, MK, is completely prone in. But with the nature, hasn't really given up on his position. Any single moment might just get picked off. And MK is still trying to put up the fight. As Ace said, he's just trying to hover around. As MK will definitely lob that Molotov. But his position finally compromised. But Team Maxed out for a beating. Oh my goodness. How does he do that? And now Ace needs to get these revive and get himself back in the fight yet again.
I think MK should also consider the fact that he's created a good amount of opening with that nade, and he really needs a follow-up. So he should just push himself inside, and after that revive, maybe he just might want to put another nade in there. So let's see if he's going to get successful or not. He's just looting the crate of his teammates out there. And is it a disengage coming in? No, he's got the nade out once again, and he knows he's already dealt some sort of a damage on Max with that nade. Very close to Rahi. That is where this nade is going to fall, and Rahi goes down once again. Beautiful opening. Now McKay, is he going to is he going to try to overpower the situation with the gun in his hand? Let's see. But still, Max has got two players out there, Hacker and Asad, sort of still standing up there, and a 2v2 situation. But that clearly does not have a winner yet. But in a different part, we've got XGeneration trying to control the ridges. I saw I8 very close to the ridges the last time we were here, but clearly could not see them in the backdrops over here. So I want to see where I8 is, because they've got all the four players standing, but still two kills. So clearly they are playing for a chicken over here. They are playing for a final circle appearance. Let's see where they are.
Indeed, I really want to see, because right now the way Team Star has been playing so far, they've been turning the tides along, and right now Max finally going in for the push. You've got Jade God and MK somehow still holding things out, right? But MK is still surviving. How? I did not know. I have no idea. Finally gets picked off, and Max. Yeah, what could have been really disastrous, what could have been really terrible, they have managed to recover, and in what fashion. That is amazing. Mom2, of course, gets that nade knock onto which Shawnee has Uzum. Oh my goodness, he's just surviving by the whiskers, apparently just to be taken down by Insane.
Picked off QWERTY Sports, and this is not what they were intending in this game. They were playing it silently. They were just holding on to the edges over there. They wanted to take maximum players inside the final circle, and this has clearly been a failure of a mission for Team I8. Now, Crypto once again with Trinda or one teammate out there. Yes, Trinda out there. Let's see how is he going to change the proceedings for his team out here. It's a desperate move coming in. The rotation from the wider angle. He would have clearly wanted to engage themselves inside a fight at this point. But clearly they got to take a defensive stance, and we are going to watch out how they're going to play. But look at that, Max Esports, they've been third partied over there, and suddenly the team of QWERTY gets into there and eliminates a lot of players, and they've got multiple fights erupting over here. Max Esports get eliminated eventually, and North Esports hurting Team Sky as well.
What is happening? I mean, now North Esports completely just going in, pushing on towards an FP Sky, but it's still my man Halsey, who's apparently still alive. Now, North need to get Zameen back on his foot. Right now, they've opened up the doors. All they need is that one good rest. Mage, he's of course gonna pop off the smokes and wait till it kind of breaks out, and it has indeed, giving them that breathing space. But taking a look at how the zone is panned out, I really like the chances of freestyle on this one. And now, I mean, Team QWERTY, they've also been playing that edge game, but Team I8, for what really they expected, they haven't really gotten the results. Rather, two of their players have been taken down. Now it's again down towards Twinda and Crypto, the two last members that you would want alive for yourself in those final few circles. Now with NFP Sky and North Esports both making the move, it's going to be so very exciting. But eventually, well, Sky Halsey does fall down.
A decent performance, but eventually North Esports somehow getting away. But look at that, nades coming in from Crypto. Substantial amount of damage delivered onto multiple players with that nade, and this follow-up nade might just do the trick over here. Daku, he might just get knocked over here. Very close, that nade just survives with a little bit of HP over there. So clearly Crypto and Trinta making an impact over North Esports. They are not in a very good position, and TMW as well, an early elimination for this team we were watching out for, and they are getting eliminated on the 10th position out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we really never wanted, and well, they've not been having a really good time, have they? But Crypto, all right, he's sent someone. His spidey sense is just tingling. He knows Mage is somewhere in the nearby vicinity, and that could be an interesting knock. But right now, we're in a different fight where we've got Portal going up against Quantum Rage.
Wow, this is an important fight. Oria goes down here. Portal Esports, they've created an opening, and Vaz, look at that. How fast did he held on to that revive? But there was a fall of Molly as well, and Vaz got to be really cautious about that. Now, Crypto, he's got the zone on the backlines. Now, this push coming in from Vaz. Insane is going to has the better angle, and that is the end for Quantum Rage on the leaderboard. So they're not going to create a big amount of difference over here. Even I8 gets picked off. Courtesy to Bablu Dani out there, and they're shooting from a long range, controlling the ridges beautifully. It's a good spot that they're controlling now. Portal Esports have found themselves very close to Freestyle as well, and Freestyle reading the footsteps now and deploying multiple players just towards that part of the compound. And look at Bomb2, his run inside eventually gets over onto the 6th position for his team with 4 kills. So a decent game, decent outing for Portal Esports. Eventually get eliminated now, but we've got the top 5 teams from this last and final encounter of the day. Team QWERTY making an appearance. Freestyle have got the highest chances for a chicken dinner over here, and XGeneration, Bablu and Envy also find themselves inside the fight.
And Freestyle just ramming in just to get taken down by the players of Bablu and QWERTY as they find themselves eliminated from the game with the final 4 teams surviving. We've got 8 players in contention, and some big names, some new names, but we do not know who's going to win. But I believe Team QWERTY does have the best chances. Now, they started this day with a chicken dinner. Team Bablu have also been taken down with the final 3 teams in this Mexican standoff. We've got to see as to how dominating QWERTY can get. They've got 10 kills already. Now Apso is in a really precarious position, and they're just annihilating squads one after the other. Now it's a 3v1 situation.
I've already pulled down my specs already. It's Team QWERTY going away with the second dinner. I don't want to see this happen once again, but yes, they're definitely going to get a really good comeback over here, and it might be just possible that they even can cut short the distance that Quantum Rage have created already. Quantum Rage, they could not get a lot of points out here, but clearly Team QWERTY have a different sort of strategy up there in their minds, and they're just finding the last and final player. And Envy, they are here still inside this game. Let's see what he can do here. And Abso, and look at where he was. Abso was out there. Look at he was swimming out there. Remember Fixes? And look at how he has just made it here inside the top two. Wow.
Yes, he's
amazing.
Aquaman. He is still alive. He's still alive, breathing, and wants to put up a fight. I believe his position has been compromised as he lobs that grenade into thin air, absolutely connecting at basically no one. He really anticipated someone to be just behind that airdrop, which wasn't really the case. And the second nade, I don't think it's gonna do much damage either. But
come on, Voltrix, catch the nade. Come on, you can. No, he's not going to. The third nade incoming now.
Looking in a different direction. I think it's a magic trick. What he's done is he's dropped the smoke onto his left hand side, and he's trying to pull off a 300 IQ play. But look at QWERTY. They have no idea where the nades are coming from. What?
This has been the day of clutches fixes. Do we have the last inside the final circles? He really needs that opening. He really needs to get both the players down, and he's now risking it. He's out in the open, but look at this. Once again, the vehicles are out there, just so confused. Team QWERTY concentrated towards the smoke. Abso has somehow befilled them completely. Destroyer has no idea whatsoever, but he's going to keep that eye onto that player as well. And as soon as he hits his trigger, even the third player is going to come into the equation. Can he get rid of Wolverine? Can he get rid of Wolverine and get the high ground? That is going to be the thing. Look at the last lad over there, and that is exactly what he's trying. Abso moves him close. Wolverine
bad decision.
Denies him, man. Wolverine denies him completely, and Team QWERTY go away with the chicken dinner. We were expecting a 1v3, but he even lost a 1v1 over there. And he was holding the surprise factor, but QWERTY go away with the chicken dinner and the all-important #1 position at the end of the day, #1 over here, and that is what they came here for.
Yep, reclaim the throne, reclaim. That's where QWERTY likes to sit up top. With no one above them, everyone below them. But again, I really thought Abso might have just pulled it off. But what really went wrong? Number one is his timing. He was kind of too stubborn just to pull those triggers, because he had those two moments where he could have taken down two players, and Wolverine could have been in a 1v1 situation where he certainly could have had the momentum in his favor, because Destroyer was right in front of him with his pants down, and he did nothing about that. And again, even Voltrax was kind of in a reachable distance, and well, what do I say? But it was still a 1v3 situation. Again, if you talk about the MVP, has to be Wolverine, the way he's been playing. And this chicken dinner has just come as a 3-man squad, because Khan, right from the very get-go, had been taken off. And despite that fact, the Team QWERTY still comes out with a win. And I think majority of the things had to do with how the circle really shifted, and for a moment I was really anticipating it to be going towards Nova Ripnoi, but that certainly was not the case.
Clearly, and this shift of the circle and how Abso managed to get inside the top 2 position is a mystery, and a really amazing. Map knowledge is something that always comes. It's a very helpful thing if you possess, and clearly Team Envy showing that, and Abso clearly showcasing his map knowledge over there and getting those all-important 12 points, but could not stop Team QWERTY. And you were absolutely right. He had that chance to pick up at least one of the lads. Destroyer was right there in front of him, and I think he just went a little bit unlucky. Those nades that he popped in could have got even both the players down. But look at the domination from Wolverine in this game. He's got the highest damage, he's got the longest skill, and the highest skills as well. It's an amazing match for Wolverine. He's going to be really happy with his performance over here. But clearly, what we were expecting from Bablu, freestyle IA, they were not able to deliver over here. But Bablu, in the overall scheme of things, they would be happy with the day. Let's see how they're going to come back to work.
Yeah, I think they certainly would, because considering how team QWERTY really played, team Bablu weren't really shying off, right?
Yeah.
They still somehow managed to secure that second spot for themselves, and this is a new team Bablu that I'm absolutely loving, right? XGeneration. Now we've been scuffing about this one fact that they do tend to get those earlier kills, but in terms of the positioning points, that is where they lack off. And I think this one little game really helped their cause. But Team Envy, despite the fact they got the second spot, not even a single kill, well, that's a different story altogether. And now I8, that split did not really work out for them. They really need to consider, they really need to start thinking as to where they're kind of lacking off in terms of their IGLing, because right now the old strats that team I8 used to use and get away with it, and now the teams have started figuring out, they've read them really well. So I think we have to look at something new coming out from I8 really soon. Otherwise we're gonna start witnessing their downfall.
Yeah, certainly. And I8 is taking a good amount of time to bring that out, to be really honest. Let's see how they're going to deal with this, because clearly this first day has not been the way that they would have planned in their head already. But they've got a lot of homework to do, clearly, and they are the biggest team of the region, right? They're the best team of the region. Crypto, he had his share of limelight for the day. With that amazing clutch inside that second Erangel game as well. But clearly, we saw once again and again that they were losing two players, and Crypto and Trinda were the lone survivors, were the duo who were really trying to pull it off inside the circles as well. But clearly, it is not what they had planned today. So 4 kills for them, but a good damage in this game as well, 1298. But Team QWERTY's domination. This is the second chicken dinner for Team QWERTY. So both QWERTY and Bablu able to get 2 chicken dinners each out of the first 6 matches for the Pubg Mobile National Championship Grand Finale. $30,000 at stake, and these two teams get away with 2 chicken dinners on the opening day. Wow, what amazing teams out there.
Yeah, I really loved it, because the way things have happened. Of course, QWERTY sort of started off on a good note, ended things on a good note, but Quantum Rage, I must still say, this will be my pick of the day. The way they've been playing in terms of the consistency that they've sort of managed to maintain up until the last game. Of course, I mean, you can't really expect a team to be dominating in every single game. They did for 5 games, and that was about it. But you talk about domination, take a look at this man Wolverine and Voltrox. 21 and 15 kills individually. They've been that explosive. Now Destroyer had come into the tournament absolutely shredding everyone, and Khan always from the backlines, he believes, he makes sure that he has all his players intact, in tandem with each other, in sync. But the KPM on Wolverine, that's sick. 3.5, almost around 4 kills per game. This man is nuts.
I don't have that in Class 6, to be honest. But the overall rankings right here in front of us, and we've got 6 matches completed for each and every team. The good thing is all 64 players were part of every single game over here. And Team Bablu getting 2 winners, but Team QWERTY flying with the second in the last and final game. 96 points for them, dethroning Quantum Rage from that #1 position for the day. But they have done all the things by Quantum Rage. Let's see how they're going to continue into the day number 2. But Max Esports, look at that fixes. Consistency is the key we're talking, right? And they're finding themselves on top of I8 with just 2 points, but still they're ending the day on the 4th.
This is where I have to be sort of critical about I8 because this is where I'm not really accustomed to watch them. And in the quarters, we had seen them absolutely just going big. You talk about the chicken dinner, they deliver every single game. They get it. They were contesting. I think they got something around 8 to 9 chicken dinners in the group stages, and after that, in the semis, we sort of saw that dip. And ever since, they're kind of struggling to recover. So whatever changes they've made so far, they really need to work around it. And you're talking about Wolverine. Take a look at this man, Adele. 19 kills for this lad, and ever since he's not looked behind, he's been going up and he's been marching ahead. I really hope he keeps that spot on, or maybe topples over Wolverine. I would love to see a new kill leader. But either ways, we've got Khan 420. Now, a lot of fans have been sort of, sliding into my DMs, have been talking about how explosive this player is. And we do know, right? Because his stats do speak for how good this player has been.
Clearly, he has been really, really impressive. And we got to watch out for Team Bablu 420 as well, right? The kind of performance this guy shows up with is really, really amazing. And overall leaders are out here. The top 10 players from the region. Destroyer also making an appearance over there. Zebian, I would say it was not the kind of day that we have seen Zebian do, but still managing it inside the top 9 over there. So it's a really good position for him. But Joker, what did he pull off in that game? Amazing. This day clearly had some amazing highlight moments out there, and I was really impressed how a lot of players actually performed, but clearly disappointed from the underdogs. To be really honest, the way I was expecting them to turn up today on a big stage, they were not prepared.
Yeah. Well, indeed. I mean, I have got to agree with you. Just apart from unpredictable, just pulling off that one chicken, I really thought, teams like, Star would have stepped up, or maybe teams like Lost. But Lost had a personal vendetta that they had to deal with. And, tomorrow, I do not know what's going to happen, but they really need to, get their stuff back together, get it right into their heads, look at the bigger picture. That is the title. And, it's still not the end of the road, right? But, if you talk about today's entire report, it has been sort of QWERTY kind of dominating in terms of all those statistics that we had. But then again, Trooper, we do know for a fact that tomorrow anything can happen. Tomorrow there might be a completely different team just coming in here and dominate. Or maybe tomorrow might just be another QWERTY day, or else. Bablu, whatever, I do not know. It's all a mystery, but I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also loving what I'm seeing over here. But yes, that competition just the good part for the day is just 4 points. That is the lead that Team QWERTY is going ahead with. I was expecting Quantum Race to go ahead with the #1 position, but let's see how Team QWERTY is going to come back tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. They've stayed on top. They would want to remain on top. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all our games for the evening. We're going to call it a night. We're going to see you tomorrow. So don't forget to tune in. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.